Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. Hello, you can call me Evie, and I wanted to tell you my story because it was absolutely terrifying at that time. It all started in the morning of February 14, 2018. I was in middle school and the campus was buzzing with life. And guys were running around with gifts for their girlfriends. Girlfriends gave gifts to their boyfriends, and friends exchanged candies. All in all, everything seemed normal. I wasn't popular per se, but I knew everyone and everyone knew me. But I preferred to hang out with a small group of close friends because being around too much people made me anxious. During lunch, I was hanging around my usual group of friends, which consisted of 2 girls, Alex and Mia, and 3 guys, Nico, Adrian, and Elijah. Valentine's Day of all days made me even more anxious because a lot of people would join our group because my friend Adrian attracted a lot of girls, and my friend Mia was such a sweetheart and a lot of guys wanted to date her. I began to feel overwhelmed, so I slipped out of my group and then headed to a secret hiding place, which was just a bench that was way out in the field, sort of hidden by some trees. No one really went there, so it was a good place to catch my breath. And as I was reading my book, I hear someone getting closer, and I look up to see this guy Emmanuel. When I saw Emmanuel, I instantly started to freak out because he always seemed to have this sort of infatuation with me. Every day, he would force himself on me, randomly hugging me, trying to kiss me, telling me he liked me. And believe it or not, I would often see him around my neighborhood, and he didn't even live near there. I decided to play it cool and then continued reading, when he suddenly just grabs my book out of my hands. "Hey, what the heck, man?" I yelled, and he simply responded with, "Sorry, I just wanted your attention." I was still angry, but I tried to calm myself down. "What do you want?" I said. "I really like you, and I want you to be my girlfriend. I swear, I'll treat you like a queen." After he said that, he handed me a box of chocolates and a cute stuffed bear. I thought it was a nice gesture, but I really felt uncomfortable whenever he was around, so I told him that even though it was sweet of him, I was already in a relationship, which wasn't true. When the words left my mouth, he turned from being nice and calm to angry. He yelled at me saying, how dare I date someone that wasn't him? I tried to get up and leave, but he tightly grabbed my arm and forcefully kissed me. I tried pushing him off, but he was stronger than me, so I yelled for help at the top of my lungs, and he quickly covered my mouth. So I bit his hand and I kicked him in the balls. And while he was shocked, I broke free and ran to my friend group. He yelled behind me saying how he would rape me and then kill me. Obviously, the duty guards heard this and immediately took action. But I just wanted to get to the safety of my group, so I kept running until I bumped into Adrian. The rest of my group had separated in order to look for me when they noticed that I was absent. I hugged him and I cried my eyes out, and he only comforted me until I was ready to talk. I then told him everything when I was suddenly called into the principal's office. They wanted to know everything that had happened, and then the police were called. It was a long day, and I just wanted to go home. After I told them what had happened, I was allowed to leave for home early. I later found out that in his house, There was a shrine built for me with pictures of me doing various different things, walking my dog, eating in my living room with my family, even of me changing. It was horrible and traumatizing. So Emmanuel, let's never meet again.
This happened to my friend Simone a while back. She got into a relationship with a guy who she adored. He constantly doted on her. He had money and came from a line of it, but that didn't make their relationship any more stable. After the honeymoon period of about 3 months, things start to go off the rails. She couldn't come hang out with the girls anymore. There was always an excuse. She was always busy. We would often go to the movies together, just us two, but even these would be cancelled, and I was her best friend. She started telling me that she didn't want to speak to me that much anymore, that her boyfriend was consuming a lot of her time. Non-stop texts, asking where she was when she was at school. It became really infuriating. She even had to quit her job as a nanny of these 2 adorable children because the guy became concerned that she may just fall in love and sleep with the husband. Really messed up stuff. After a while, I actually went round her house and spoke to her mum about it. I felt like it was the best thing to do. She wasn't in a good place. And after a good chat and staying over for dinner, crying and falling asleep together on her bed, we agree that the best course of action would be to tear off the band-aid and let this guy go. It took her about a month, but she dumped him. She finally saw how manipulative he was being and how it's not normal to try and control your partner's life. But then the stalking began. He started sending her gifts, all of which she refused. Then, following her. She got a new job working at a supermarket. She'd be followed home in her car by her ex. When she got home, he'd usually just drive on, and she began to get really annoyed. She had ceased contact with him about 3 months ago at this point, and she started messaging him again, demanding why he was still following her, that they were broken up, and that he should just get over it. He said that he still loved her, and that he would not relent until they were together again. He didn't stop saying this, and said that he needed to make sure she got home safely. It was his number one concern because he loved her, that she was his soulmate. As you can imagine, this went down really well. So well, in fact, she ended up getting a restraining order, which didn't do much until they tried to get further police involvement. At which point, he finally got the memo that perhaps it's best to let sleeping dogs lie. And that's how the story ended. But it was a very challenging year. Thankfully, Simone is now with a lovely guy.
I'm 19 years old and I'm living far from home in a studio room. I'm often up late, and last week I was just doing some laundry at around 11 p.m. I saw a man sitting in the lobby. I saw him around a bit at night, but I didn't think much of it. I'm in the laundry room and I just put my clothes in the dryer, and I hear the laundry room door beeping, and it meant that someone was coming in. There was the man, standing there with no clothes to wash, just staring at me. I maneuvered around him and headed to the lifts, and he followed me quickly and cornered me and asked for my Snapchat. I was tired, and I just wanted to get back to my room, so I stupidly gave it to him. I figured that he would message and try to flirt, and that I could just say, "I have a boyfriend. Sorry if you thought this was anything else." And that would be the end of it. I'm about 5'4", very long red hair, and I'm half Indian/English with Afghanistan descent, so I'm white passing, but kind of exotic. But people tend to stare at me. Well, anyway, He starts messaging me, and it's kind of normal. But then he starts saying weird stuff like, "I saw you a month ago and I was impressed. I've been visiting a friend and staying here. And also, I've been watching you. I noticed that you come out mostly at night." And he told me that he was Saudi Arabian and only visiting for 5 more days. But then it gets worse. He says, "I love you. I can't help it." And then I say that I have a boyfriend. And then he answers, "I only want you," and continues to completely ignore that. He asked to come to my room and I said no, and that he wanted a hug. He asked me if I was living alone and if I was a virgin, and he kept saying he loved me and that I was perfect for him and that I impressed him. At that point, I recorded all the messages on Snapchat, spoke to him a little bit more to gather evidence so that I could take it to reception in the morning and tell them that he's been watching me for a month. I got my guy friend who lives on the 2nd floor to walk me down to the laundry room, and we sat in the student lounge area, and my friend calmed me down. I was shaking with adrenaline and fear. We saw him around the laundry room again looking for me, but luckily, I'd already picked it up. I run back to my room and my friend says that I can't stay in his room. But I said it's okay and that I'll just lock my door. It's about 1 a.m. and I hear someone outside my room trying to get in. I asked my friend if he's outside my room and he said no, so I just froze. I didn't want to make a sound and I felt sick to my stomach and helpless. Eventually, it stopped and whoever it was went away. And in the morning, I reported this to reception and then went to stay a few days with my boyfriend. Then after went to London to visit a friend. And last night was the first time that I'd spent the night in my room since this happened. I'm very paranoid now. Sadly, I should probably be used to this. It's not the first time that I've been sexually harassed. One guy tried to kiss me in a club by grabbing my head, and a bunch of other things have happened, but I won't go into there. But anyway, I'm terrified to go outside my room after dark now. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder and feeling paranoid. I just keep blaming myself for being too nice, and I know it's my long thick hair that attracts people's eyes to me. I just want to cut it all off. Has anyone else had a similar experience? How did you deal with it? Reception still hasn't updated me on if he is still in the building. To start, I'm a female in my early 20s and I work as a cashier at a grocery store. I talk to hundreds of people a week, and I should have known something was off when he first came through my line about 6 months ago. But my job is to be friendly to people, so I treated him like every other customer. He was obviously down on his luck, and when I asked the usual question of, "How is it going today?" he proceeded to tell me a whole sob story. His wife, or possibly ex, had apparently kicked him out of the house. In his words, apparently because she was having a psychotic breakdown. Which should have been my first red flag. He was houseless, lonely, and hungry, and I felt bad for him and I attempted to sympathize. He was trying to buy a hot roasted chicken, but our government programs in the state don't cover hot food for some reason. So I did some cashier magic and I changed it so his food stamps would cover the chicken and he'd have a hot meal that night. Well, this was my first mistake, and although he was extremely grateful, this was also apparently a defining moment for him. Every Monday, he proceeded to come through my line and buy a hot chicken. I genuinely thought I was just doing something nice for someone that's going through a hard time. He always ended up trapping me at my register with conversation. And at first it was to complain about his ex's psychotic behavior. He called her names like narcissistic and crazy. And I listened because I had nowhere to go and I was at work after all. But after a while he got over it and he moved into a hostel of some sorts. He was somewhat more stable, but also obviously depressed. He always told me that I cheered him up and he enjoyed talking with me, and I told him that I did as well. Maybe that wasn't the right thing to say, but I really did at that time. He would also occasionally ask what my shift was or when I got off work, but I was too naive at that time to see the harm in the question. Eventually, he was very excited to tell me that he got a hold of a used keyboard and was excited to be playing or writing music again. I told him that was awesome and that I also play the piano. Well, something must have clicked in his brain because now he had something to relate to me about, and every conversation we had from there on was him encouraging me to play the piano again and telling me that I'd be a great music teacher, even though he'd never heard or seen me play. But I just nodded and smiled and did my job, and I really thought that conversation topic was innocent enough. Then one day he asked for my email. This is where I really messed up. Even though it was a burner email and I never planned on responding, I gave it to him. He was sending me music he liked and music he wrote, and I never responded to him. I knew it was upsetting him, but at this point, something felt weird, and responding would have been opening another line of communication with him, and I kind of had my fill at work already. At some point, he also asked for my number, but I declined giving it to him. He said that he finally wanted to have a real conversation with me, even after never responding to his emails once. I should mention too that my co-workers always thought that the interactions he had with me were a little too personal and lengthy. Someone even called him a creep one day, but I brushed it off. I was just being friendly to someone who was down on their luck, so I thought. Eventually, everything my co-workers were saying were starting to ring loudly in my head. I found myself avoiding him. He was sending me emails at least once a week and I never replied. I knew he'd come in on Mondays and about what time, so I'd take an extra break then. I just didn't want to see him anymore. I didn't want to talk, and to be frank, he was creeping me out a bit. Last week, one of the busiest weeks at the grocery store. It was the week before Thanksgiving. I couldn't avoid him, and he came through my line. He only bought a bag of chips and very clearly just wanting to talk to me and waited in line for 5 minutes instead of going through the express registers. I gave him short answers and tried not to engage too much, and he told me that I had saved his life and had somehow helped him completely turn it around just by being his cashier at the grocery store. This is something he has said before, but this time he told me that he had wrote a song for me to return the favor. I didn't know how to react, but in that moment, I said I'd let him know what I think. I think I saw it in my email, but I never gave it a listen, and I never even read the email. This interaction made me feel icky. It told me everything that I needed to know. He was thinking of me after he left the store. He was thinking of me while he was home. He was thinking about me while writing music, and the only thoughts I were having about him were on Mondays, because I knew he'd be coming in. My thoughts about him were filled with dread and anxiety, and today was absolutely my breaking point. I got back from my last break and I just saw him getting off the bus. At this point, my co-workers know that I try to avoid him, so I ran up the stairs to the break room and I was obviously panicking. 15 minutes later, one of my coworkers come in and lets me know that he did 3 laps around the store just looking for me and then left without buying anything. He was clearly seeking me out. I told her that I was gonna wait 10 more minutes and I would be back on the floor. So I did. But when I got back to the floor, I was just filled with anxiety and clearly looking around for him. Thank God my coworkers had my back because I didn't notice him coming in again. But he suddenly beelined to my register and I started having a panic attack. One of the other cashiers was very inviting to him. She said, "I can help you right over here." Because at this point, I was running away from the registers and the other cashier had stepped into where I was at. He ignored her and followed me. And I didn't say anything. I was also clearly panicking and running away, and he followed me to the steps yelling, "Wait! I'm sorry. I'm sorry." I had just made it to the break room when the store manager opened the door. I just had a conversation with him about this guy, and he told me that he would handle it the next time he was in, and he will tell him that he needs to leave me alone. I didn't realize it would be in the same day. I blurted out, "He's back. He's following me." Management ran down the stairs to try to catch him. He was gone. He still didn't buy anything because he only does this if I'm the cashier. I had a full-blown panic attack in the break room, and I was crying and I called my boyfriend to come pick me up because I didn't want to be alone. His apologies rang in my ears, and one of my coworkers pointed out, he wouldn't be apologizing if he knew he wasn't doing something wrong. That really stung. She was 100% right. My coworkers comforted me, and they told me that it wasn't my fault and that I don't need to be sorry. I just can't help but feel so sorry. Sorry I didn't have the guts to set boundaries with him sooner or tell him how uncomfortable he was making me. The store manager said that his behavior was completely inappropriate. Coming once a week when he knew that I was working and only buying something if I was his cashier. He said that that was stalker behavior. Everyone did. I ended up going home early and calling out for the next day because I am genuinely scared of seeing him again this week. I am still in shock and complete disbelief, but old man, let's not meet again, especially not next Monday.
I work night shift at Walmart. My shifts are always from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., except in the first few months of the year when they're cutting back on hours, and I sometimes start at 11 p.m. and leave at 6 a.m. Late last year, around September, when the weather was still nice outside, I went into Walmart during the day to buy some groceries. I had a few things in my basket and was walking out from the back of the store towards the self-checkout area. I noticed, out of my peripherals, that a man, probably in his mid-20s, a little taller than me and wearing a baseball cap, was approaching me from the other side of the features, those promo displays that sit in the middle of the big aisles. When he was done, he started talking to me like we were acquaintances. "I see people I know here all the time when I'm here." "Oh?" I asked, assuming he'd seen me in the morning while I was working. "Yeah, it's weird how every time I come here I see the same people all the time." He kept rephrasing himself, and I didn't really know what to say. It was pretty awkward. He kept making small talk, as I didn't stop walking to the self-checkout, and was kind of just going along with the conversation like you do when some random person is talking about the weather. Now that I look back on it, when he told me he sees the same people all the time, I thought he looked a little familiar and assumed he was a vendor and worked some mornings there, and I mistakenly mentioned I worked there and also see the same faces. Then he told me to have a nice day and I checked out and went to my car, dismissing the interaction. A lot of fellow employees greet me at Walmart when I go there during the day, so I didn't think much of it. Then, it got super weird super fast. I was just leaving the parking lot, and the exiting road splits into a left-only lane and the other a straightaway. I was turning, stopped, when this white Ford Explorer pulls up next to me and beeps loudly. I was already turning, but looked in my rear view and sure enough it was the guy from earlier. I recognized his face and baseball cap. He sat at this stop, watching me pull away. Alright, a little weird, but he's probably just being friendly. When I got home, I told my boyfriend, and he immediately thought it was strange, and then said I was wrong for even engaging in conversation with this man, because sometimes some guys can get the wrong idea. My boyfriend also works with me on my shift, but his car has a blown head, so we've just been using my car to commute back and forth from work. So on nights I don't work, my car is still there if he works. Keep in mind that as employees, we aren't allowed to park close to the store. We are limiting the parking at the far end of the lot or in front of the other stores in the shopping center. I have a typical spot. I always park in front of the AT&T place, which is next to the gym, which is next to Walmart. About 2 months ago, my boyfriend said he went to walk out the car on break and saw a white Ford Explorer parked next to it, with a guy sitting within it. When he saw my boyfriend, he left. This happened again in the same month, except my boyfriend was sitting in the car, and the white Ford Explorer drove up to Walmart, then past my boyfriend staring at him. Then last month, I was driving home from work. It was barely 7 a.m., still pretty dark outside, and I was cruising down the highway towards the exit for my town. There was a car following 2 lengths behind me. We were both doing the speed limit, nothing abnormal, and suddenly this car begins to speed up, gets in the fast lane as if to pass me, but slows down so that we are neck and neck. The driver turns on his interior lights, waves at me and then speeds off. It was the guy in the white Ford Explorer. I just stared at him bewildered. I didn't know what to think. Then it dawned on me. He knows where I work. He knows what my car looks like. It's pretty distinguishable even from the back. I have sharp things along the top, decals, mud flaps, etc. He probably was waiting for me to leave work and then followed my car when I left. Thank God he didn't follow me home because I never would have realized it. I was totally unsuspecting when I walked out to my car alone. Now, what happened a few days ago is why I'm even sharing this. I think this is when it started to escalate. It was a typical night. Both my boyfriend and I worked along with our co-workers and friend called Mark. When Mark works, we always park next to him, so we can talk on lunch and breaks with the windows rolled down. Mark parks further away from the store, pretty much in the middle of nowhere. We finish up for the night, clock out, and Mark heads out to his car while my boyfriend and I buy some stuff to make for dinner. We check out and head to the car. Mark is still there, which is unusual for him since he books it out of there like a bat out of hell every time his shift is up. "Hey man, did you get my text?" he calls out, smoking a cigarette. "No, let me check my phone." My boyfriend pulls out his phone and I see a pretty long unread text from Mark. Pretty much, this weird guy came out of nowhere and was touching and looking at the inside of your girlfriend's car, Mark says. My immediate thought was, some randomer likes my car enough to come up and touch it. Weird but okay. Like he just walked up and started touching the fins and looking inside. Then when he saw me sitting there, he asked me about the decorations. I told him I didn't know anything about them, and he told me to have a nice day. We immediately started checking for damages, slashed tires, etc., but there was nothing. We get in the car, and the 3 of us just sit there, contemplating the reasoning behind this. The Ford Explorer guy had almost slipped my mind. His encounters were a month or so apart, but then I started thinking about him again. There were 2 cars parked near us, a white 2010 Pontiac G6, and surely enough, a white Ford Explorer. Up until this point, I didn't know the make of the car he drove, but I knew it was definitely a white SUV. Mark said he came from the direction of those two cars, so unless he walked to Walmart at 7 a.m., one of those cars was his. The Explorer was facing the opposite direction, and I quickly wrote down the number plate. I started asking Mark what the guy looked like. About your boyfriend's height, kind of a gangster-looking guy. Keep in mind I've only seen this guy once when he wasn't in this car, which was 4 months prior. The height sounded right, but I didn't really know. We decided to sit there and wait until this guy came out and confront him. Just as we were about to give up and leave, the guy starts walking our way out of Walmart. He was wearing a black hoodie, dark jeans, and a camo bandana. When he saw us, he put on sunglasses. Both of us looked towards Mark. Is that the guy? No, that's not him. Mark shook his head. The guy walks into the Explorer, sits in the driver's seat and lights a cigarette with the door open. After he closed it, I looked back at Mark. Are you sure that's not him? Yeah, it's him. That's the guy, Mark nodded. Explorer guy starts his car and looped around our car, staring at us, then looped again to the exit of the parking lot. Mark said he didn't want to tell us it was the guy because he didn't want my boyfriend to lose his job. I'm pretty sure Mark would have told us if it was the guy, then some stuff would have gone down. I'm pretty positive now that this guy has been stalking me. For how long, I don't know. I'm starting to think the guy drove to Walmart. I want to assume to buy something since he walked out with nothing. Saw my car parked next to it, then realized while he was casing my car that Mark was sitting there. So he asks Mark about the shark fins to try and make him think he was just interested in how it looked and not being completely shady. I'm creeped the hell out, but I have his plate number. The morning before we left work, my boyfriend bought me pepper spray, and I'm now parking elsewhere, and I'm going to start asking co-workers if they'll take me to my car in the mornings when I'm alone. I don't know what I can do, or if anyone would take this seriously because he hasn't tried anything yet. Sadly, I'm a pretty dainty girl, too brave for my own good, and I couldn't fight my way out of a wet paper bag. But I don't think this is over yet. Last night I was stocking yogurt alone at around midnight, when I hear, "Excuse me," from behind me. Thinking it was a typical customer question, I turn around while politely replying, "Yes?" When I fully turned, it took me a moment to realize who was approaching me. Stalker. I know that my facial expression probably spoke volumes about my fear for a little while, but I didn't want to alarm or upset him, so I kept calm and spoke to him like I would any other customer. "I'm not a stalker or anything," he prefaced, "but I was just wondering where you got those decorations for your car. I see it a lot and I'm curious." "I got them off eBay." Before I could finish, he interrupted me, trying to keep the conversation going. "Do you know what they're called?" "Pretty sure they're called diffusers, because they're meant to diffuse airflow on the car. I got them off eBay for $20 the whole set." "Oh, okay, thanks. Have a nice night." He smiled and walked away. What the hell? I'm not a stalker or anything. Yeah, dude, you are. I think I was in shock because there was no way I should have been that calm and nonchalant while talking to him. I know for a fact he was just trying to cover his ass since we pretty much caught him red-handed that day. I really hope I never see him again because he knows we're on to him.
This happened to me when I was in my mid-20s. I was loving my life. I had my own place, a laid-back job, and I partied a lot and had my fair share of short-lived relationships. Sometimes, you just don't vibe with someone in a relationship like you thought you would, but you work just fine as friends. That was typically what happened to me. I kept telling myself that if the right person came along, I would be willing to give it a try, but I couldn't see myself with them long term. But it looked like my luck was changing after meeting a girl at a party I went to. I'll call her Alyssa. Alyssa was basically a friend of a friend. I went to a party and my friend immediately was pushing me to go talk to this girl. He said that she was currently in college studying psychology. She was a year younger than me, but loved partying and was at nearly every one they went to. She was quiet at first, but quickly loosened up to talking and playing some of the games they had set up. We were there pretty late, just drinking, playing games and hanging out. And I was starting to like it, and she seemed pretty cool. So I mentioned that we should actually go on a date sometime. Her reaction was different than what I normally get. She was ecstatic. I remember she hugged me and said she would love to. No one's ever that excited. And that same day, she had already started texting me and wanting to set up a time to see each other. We ended up going out sometime the same week, and just as I hoped, it was a fantastic time. I had learned a lot about her schooling, and that she was very passionate about it and what she wanted to do. I thought it was fantastic as I didn't go to college, and seeing someone dedicating so much time to it and still having fun was refreshing. And this started the longest 6 months of my life. Everything started great for probably the first 2 months or so. We went on normal dates, and we continued to go to parties together, and she started to practically live with me. I was fine with this as she was an incredible cook, and I ate out too much. She cleaned a lot, and it made me realize how much I didn't. And she was just all around a good person to be with. Our lives were a lot of normal though. We worked, she had school, we had dinner together, and she even met my mother at one point. We were like a normal couple, and it was a refreshing feeling. But little by little, things started changing. I think it was about 3, almost 4 months in, and she was starting her semester finals, so she was studying a lot. Her job also had 2 people quit, so she ended up working more, so she was definitely under more stress than usual. I tried to give her her own time while she was doing schoolwork, so I would go to my living room and play something with my friends. A few times she would walk into the living room to see what I was doing. And one night though, she stood by in the doorway while I was playing and told me that she needed to talk. I was playing with a headset and talking to my friends, so I didn't hear her at first until she repeated. I quit the game and asked what was going on, thinking maybe she needed help with something. When she started asking me who I was playing with and what I was playing, I named off the 3 guys. One of them she didn't know, so she immediately started berating me with all these questions about who he was. I tried explaining to her that it was the brother of one of my friends, but she didn't believe me. I had her put on the headset and had them say hello to her real quick, and I guess that satisfied her. But then she started bawling. She apologized, calling herself crazy and explaining how her ex cheated on her, so she had trust issues. It wasn't the first time that I've dealt with that, so I wasn't upset or anything. I just tried my best to assure her that I wouldn't do that. I told my friends and I was done for the night, and I ended up spending the rest of it with her, and she was fine. This, however, became a normal occurrence. I would get ready to go somewhere or do something, and if they didn't involve her, she always had something come up to make it to where I didn't go, or she would tag along. I used to have dinner Sunday nights at my mom's, and since my father died, my sister and I promised to make it a regular thing to do with her. No one else, just us 3. I took her with me once to meet them, and then she expected it every week. My mother didn't seem to be upset by it, but I could tell my sister was. I tried talking to Alyssa about it, saying that it was supposed to be a family thing, and that she was always welcome to any other gathering we had. Well, she didn't like that. She was mad at me that Sunday, but when I came home, I brought her flowers and her favorite candy, and again, she seemed better. From then on, Sundays or the rare occasions us guys were able to hang out, something would come up. She'd say she wasn't feeling well and needed me to take her to ER. She would say that she needed my help with something that would normally take a few minutes and drag it out for hours. If none of these work, she would always go back to accusing me of cheating. This got to a point that I just gave up. I hardly went anywhere, and if I did, she was with me. Some people were allowed over, but not often. And somehow, we managed to go out to dinner with our mutual friends, which was a nice change. At one point, she had left to use the restroom and asked for my friend's girlfriend, Heather, to go with her. So, it was just us guys left at the table. And once they were out of sight, he had asked me how things were going with Alyssa. I played it off saying we were good, when he told me that Heather was thankful Alyssa had found someone because she didn't take her previous breakup too well. He said she started staying at home a lot, not going out, and started having a lot of suicidal thoughts. That was all news to me, because that was definitely not something that I had seen. I didn't mention it to him, but I was a bit concerned about us being home more. The rest of the night was fine afterwards, but that had just stuck in my mind. I tried being more understanding and involve her in more things, but it seemed like it only made things worse. When she would go places that had other women there, she was glued to my side and always had her arm or leg or head resting on me. Then, when we would go home, she would go right back to accusations. I couldn't keep up with the differences and told her that she either needed to learn to trust me more or we were going to need some time apart. She, of course, took this the wrong way. She ended up leaving that night and stayed at her apartment. I tried calling her to make sure that she was okay, but she never answered. I drove to her apartment and saw her neighbor outside saying that she had been gone all day, so I drove around to a few areas that I figured that she would be at, but I never found her. I ended up going back home to wait to see if she would contact me, and when I walk in the door, I see her sitting on my couch. I ask her what happened and where she was, and again, she was back to being cheerful. She said she wanted to call me but instead decided to wait on me to get home to surprise me. I was confused at what she meant by this, but that's when she dropped it on me. She said that she was pregnant and that she was dropping out of school so she could move in and spend more time with me. She said that this would prove to her that I was serious about her. I didn't know how to react at this that time. I hadn't even thought about having kids, and now here we are. And to drop out of school when she was so close to finishing was insane to me. There was a lot going on within that time and a lot to take in. And the next couple of weeks were a blur. She had me take her to get vitamins and other prenatal stuff. She was already talking about names and how we wanted to change the office to the nursery. My life was changing right before me, and I didn't know what to do. And sure enough, I was definitely home a lot more taking care of her. I finally had to tell my mom and sister since I had missed a few dinners. When my sister started questioning things, she had mentioned how this all started when we got into a fight that almost ended our relationship, and how it's held me back since then. She asked me if I had seen the test or went to any appointments with her, and I told her no. She told me to pay attention to things and to go to the next one. So I brought it up to her and she refused. She said that I couldn't go because men aren't allowed at that clinic, and then said because of the things they did that I couldn't be there. I wasn't a woman, so it all made sense to me, and I let it go. A few very long weeks later, I went to take out the trash from the cans in the bathroom and the bedroom, and I found some pretty compelling things. There were 2 tests in the can in the bathroom. I thought it was odd that they were there since it had already been a month, and I certainly had taken the trash out since then. So listening to my sister, I checked them. The tests were negative. Alyssa was sitting in the living room, so I had brought them out to her to question her. The fact that the color in her face left told me all I needed to know. I was confused and furious and asked why she would lie. She explained that she knew if she was, I would stay around more and she wouldn't have to worry about me leaving, but every time she checked, it was negative. But this time she said she felt it was wrong. She even admitted to tampering with our contraceptive items. I told her that I was done. I had tried too many times to help her, make her feel better about things, but this was too far. She had stolen the life that I had. I told her that we were done and that she needed to leave. Thankfully, she still had her apartment and just brought over some clothes. I slept on the couch that night, but the next morning, she tried to act like everything was fine, minus the fake pregnancy, and that we would get back together. This time I put my foot down. I couldn't keep at this. I helped her get the last of her stuff back to her place and gave her a hug. I told her that I knew she was a good person at heart and that she just needed some help. She asked if she got better and fixed herself if we could try again. I didn't want to make things worse, and I did care for her, so I agreed, which seemed to cheer her up some. And with that, I left. She still tried to call and text me on a regular basis, and I didn't really want to talk to her, but I almost felt obligated. So if I did respond, it was always short answers. But then she would try to make plans for us, and I would have to ignore her at that point or tell her that I was busy. But that also didn't stop her. She started getting mad because I wasn't spending time with her, so I ended up having to tell her that we are not a couple, that we are not together, and I have no intentions of being with you at this point in time. I told her that she needed to focus on herself and move on, and if it was too hard with me just being a friend in her life, then maybe we need to cut ties altogether. She lost it at that point. She screamed on the phone. She said things that I wouldn't repeat, so I told her that we were done and I hung up. However, me not responding to messages and phone calls wasn't enough to make her stop. She would call my mom and ask her about me, and my poor mom didn't know what to say, thinking we were just fighting, and would tell her that she would have me call her. She would show up at random places, conveniently, at the same parties that I would go to. She would be over at my friend's house saying that she was there to see Heather, but would immediately try to latch on to me so I would leave. I've seen her parked outside my work and outside my apartment. I work as a mechanic fixing big trucks and semis. So unless the truck belonged to you, there was no reason for customers to be there. Yet, she would show up and even go in and ask for me, so I would hide in the back and they would tell them that I wasn't there. She always begged them to let her stay and wait for me, but thankfully, they always told her no and that there was nowhere she could wait safely. But instead of just leaving though, one time she demanded to speak to me because she was having my kid and it was important. I did not tell my work about any of the pregnancy stuff, so they were pretty surprised when they heard that, and I was furious. I tried calling her to tell her that we needed to talk, but she didn't answer. However, by the time I got home, she was sitting there in her car. She got out smiling and I came unglued. I went off about her following me and showing up at my work. I told her that she had no right talking about the pregnancy to people at my work since it was fake. She claimed that she was actually pregnant this time. I told her to show me proof, and show me the test, and show me something from the doctors, anything to let me know if she was being honest. And again, her response was she just knew. I probably shouldn't have, or rather, I knew I shouldn't have, but I told her that she was crazy. I told her that I wanted her out of my life, and I never wanted to see her again. And without saying a word, she left, and I didn't hear from her for a few days. I thought it was finally over. Her friend, Heather, had tried contacting me, asking if I had heard from her, as she hadn't heard from her either. I told her what had happened and that we no longer spoke, but that was about it. The following Sunday, I went to my mom's for our normal dinner, and while I was over there, I got a text from her that said, "I loved you. It's all on you now." I ignored it at first, but it was starting to eat at me. So I left my mom's place early to try and talk to her. I called her, but she didn't answer. I went to her place and her car wasn't there. I caught her neighbors outside who said that she had left around 5 p.m., which was about the same time I left for my mom's. My only thought was that she went to my place to wait for me to talk or beg me to get back together because she still had a key to my place. I know it was stupid, but I didn't really think about it that time. And when I got home, I noticed my front door was unlocked and I heard music playing. It was the song she claimed was ours because we listened to it on our first date. The music was coming from the bathroom. I knocked on the door to ask her to come out so we could talk, but there was no response. I continued trying to talk to her for several minutes and I didn't get any response. So I pretended to leave, opening and shutting the door, and just sat in the living room waiting for her to come out or something. When she didn't, after 10 minutes or so, I went back to the door and told her that if she didn't come out, I was going to come in. I should have done it sooner. I opened the door to find her hanging from the built-in shower door. I had to try and hold her up as I was struggling to untie the sheet, and the rest of the night was a blur. The cops came and pronounced her dead, and there was an investigation, of course, to make sure that I wasn't a suspect. It felt like an eternity. I couldn't bring myself to go to her funeral as I felt like I was to blame, but I did bring flowers to her grave afterwards. I moved out of my apartment too, and I stayed at a friend's place till I found a new one because, who could stay there? It's something that still haunts me to this day, but I've also learned from it, and I take mental health a lot more seriously today. Just take care of yourself, and if friends or family say they have any feelings like that, get them help. It will affect more people than you think when you're gone.
I met Carter at a convention. Right off the bat, he scared me. I heard rumors that he'd nearly been removed from the extremely liberal convention. But he seemed nice enough and lonely. So I decided to befriend him instead. Then I noticed that he was always nearby. When I was walking to my hotel, he was there. When I was eating lunch, he was there. When I was in my private group, he waited outside the door. When I went to meetings, he was there too and sat beside me. He usually either walked up to me and started a conversation, which ended in an awkward silence, or just stared at me from 50 yards away. I couldn't believe he was really following me. So I went to my hotel, disguised myself, and went outside to see if he was there. He was, literally lurking in the trees nearby. He pressured me into giving him my number, so I gave him a fake one. He found my professional information and begged me to look over his work, to which I declined. He asked me if I'd be at a party. I lied and said no. He showed up anyway. Somehow he knew I'd decided to go. He always talked about how lonely and depressed he was, and how I was a lifeline, until, on my way home from the convention, I had no service during the flight. He freaked out and spammed 49 messages until ending with, "Okay, fine, I'm gonna end myself now, just so you know," strongly implying that it was my fault for not answering him immediately. I told him to call 911 and then blocked him. He contacted me through Instagram, Hangouts, email and more, but I never replied. I asked the convention security to speak with him about his creepy behavior, and I was told to just switch off my phone. Fast forward a few months, I get an email from James asking me to look over his work. Not a big deal. I run a program specifically for this sort of thing. I agreed, since his email was very polite and well worded, but he seemed pushy in a way I couldn't quite figure out. I ignored it, reviewed his work, and ceased communication. You know where this is going. A little while later, he confessed that it was Carter all along. He put all the blame on me and apologized in a horribly manipulative way, begging me once again to review his work. I never replied, and here we are. James/Carter, let's never meet again.
I like to play a lot of MMO games, and I can get pretty competitive in them, so I've made some enemies, but also made quite a few friends. And after talking to some, I ended up meeting up with them, and we hung out to play games together, see a movie, and even went to some conventions together. This was pre-2020, and shamefully, I've even gone on a few regrettable dates that went nowhere. And this story is about one guy that just couldn't take no for an answer. A few years ago, I was heavily into playing a popular MMORPG. Sometimes, I like bringing smaller level people into places that they wouldn't normally be able to take on so they could get better rewards. I took a group of people, and after a few rounds, people were happy and thankful, some more than others, and I had one person stick around after the others had left, and he was talking to me, asking how certain crafts and skills work. Nothing unusual, and I was okay with helping him out. He added me as a friend, and we moved on from there. I had to work some longer shifts the next few nights, so I didn't play for a couple days, and when I finally got a night off, I decided to play some. Not long after logging in, this guy joined the same server and came over talking to me. He was excited to see me because he had managed to grind to the point that he was up to my level. I thought it was pretty impressive at that time because he was nearly half my level. And because of this, we ended up playing a new map together and took it out pretty quickly. It was pretty fun, and the guy was really funny. He had plenty of quips he would throw out, so it was amusing. We also talked a lot throughout playing about what we did for work, and I found out that he actually lived and worked at a warehouse about 2 cities over from me. And after playing, we've had to have stayed up for another hour just talking. We seemed to have a lot in common, so I was excited about it at that time. I ended up just giving him my email so we could talk more, and we really started to hit it off. Other than games, we had a lot of similar interest. For about a week, we emailed each other and then decided to video chat. He looked like a pretty normal guy, and definitely not someone that looked intimidating. After about a month of talking, we decided to meet up. It was all in public still, and we went to dinner, then to a local arcade, had ice cream, and then we parted. It was actually a great night. He seemed super nervous at first, but I figured it was just because he was shy. And we both agreed that we should get together again, and then we parted ways. At this point, we had traded our phone numbers as well, so we called and texted regularly, and I was feeling really good about this one. I was honestly excited to spend some more time with him, so we set up another date. But this time, it did not go as well. It started out fine. We got to the restaurant, sat down, and as I was holding the menu or going for a drink, he would reach out and grab my hand. It wasn't a big deal at first. I thought it was a sweet gesture, but as he continued, he would make it more and more difficult to pull away from. I know I ended up mentioning that his hands were cold or something to try to get him to stop, which deterred him for a bit. But as we ate though, he started saying things that were really off-putting. We started talking about our plans for the future, and I mentioned that I have been saving up money so that I could visit my brother who was living in Japan, and that I wanted to travel abroad. He seemed visibly surprised or upset by this at first, which I've seen people react like that before, so I tried explaining my reasoning, and he cut me off to say something like, "Well, it would be pretty difficult to travel like that with kids." I was confused by this comment because I certainly didn't have any kids, and as far as I knew, he didn't have any either. So I just laughed and mentioned, "I agree. Thankfully, I don't have any, so that would not be an issue for me." Without as much as a smirk, he said, "Well, not yet, but when we do, it wouldn't be doable." I first started reiterating that I didn't want kids and I wasn't planning on having any, when it registered in my head that he said when we have kids. So I questioned him about it. He went on about how we were required to reproduce, and that was what we were born to do. I was blown away by this, because this was completely different from what we talked about prior. So, being friendly, I just told him that he can definitely have kids of his own someday, but I had bigger plans in life than to be tied down to a diaper bag. His reaction told me that that was not the right answer. He started going on about how it was all part of the plan, we were destined to be together and have these genius kids that would save our country. I was in shock and incredibly disappointed as he came off as a great guy, but very quickly I knew that whatever was between us was now beaten, dead, and buried. So with that, I acted like I had a call to take, and I walked off to gather my thoughts. After pacing in the restroom for a few, I went back out. I put money on the table for my meal, and I told him that I had to go. He tried stopping me and asking me what was wrong and to stay longer, but I told him that I had an emergency, so I started walking out. By the time I got to my car, he was hollering for me, so I stopped for a second, thinking he may be just trying to say goodbye, or just maybe apologizing. But that was dumb of me. No, instead, he was saying he was sorry about what he said and rushing it, and that he could wait a few more months before we started having kids. At this point, I told him that I had to go, and I left as he watched me drive away. A little disappointed in the outcome, I ended up going back to work the next day and tried to find a way to let him know that I didn't want to see him anymore. And that night, I sent him a long email telling him that since we didn't really have mutual feelings and thoughts, that it was probably best to cut ties. It hadn't even been an hour when he tried calling me, and I ignored the first one. But then he called again, so I answered it. This guy was literally pleading and begging to not end it. I explained to him that his whole thing about the kids was way out of line and quite frankly creepy, and said that if he wanted kids, then I wasn't the person for him, as my mind was not going to change. And then he started crying on the phone, apologizing for his actions, and for a minute I believed him. Not to the point that I would try again, but that he seemed genuine. But he just kept making it worse. He then calmed down and said that if I would feel better about it first, then we could get married and then start having kids. At that point I told him that he really wasn't getting it. I don't want kids at all, and I don't want to marry him at all. And at this point, I don't want him in my life at all. I told him to stop calling and texting as I would not be answering anymore, and then I hung up. He tried calling many more times, but I just ignored him. However, since he kept texting me too, I ended up just blocking his number. However, that didn't help for long. This guy went through 2 more phone numbers within 2 weeks, and each time I just kept blocking it. But he was persistent. One day while I was at work, I worked at a department store. I got a call on my walkie that someone was asking for me by my name. I found this odd because I was a department manager, so customers didn't really see me. So there would be virtually no reason for one to ask for me. So as I head to the front, there he is. Creepy guy holding flowers, waiting for me. I hadn't told him where I worked, just that it was a retail store, so I have no idea how he figured it out. I asked what he was doing there, and again, he went on about being destined and babies and everything, and at that point, I had had enough. The kind and cool manager everyone knew at my work snapped, and I went off. I called the dude a freak. I told him to leave me alone and to get out of my life and never come back here, or I would call the cops. His response was to drop the flowers at my feet, said that I would change my mind, and then left. Thankfully, my staff was supportive and put up alerts in case he came back so that they knew to call the cops. And fortunately, that wasn't the last of him. I saw him in other random places like the grocery store, at the park where I jogged, and at a restaurant. And mind you, he lived a few cities over, so why would he be at some of the places by me? I did end up calling the cops and asking about a restraining order, but frustratingly, they said they couldn't really do anything unless he actually tried something. So on the brink of giving up, I changed my number, tried to limit who I told where I was going, and was pretty much non-existent in social media or other public forums I would go on. It only got worse though. On a particular hot day, I ended up helping some people out at my work in the lawn and garden section. So as soon as I got home, I decided to get food delivered and I would hop in the shower before it arrived. After I got out and I was brushing my hair, I heard a knock and then someone yell, "Hello?" I thought this was really odd and it startled me at first because I knew I didn't have any windows open because it was so hot. So I ran to the living room and I noticed a lady standing there holding my food with the door wide open. And before I could say anything, she immediately apologized but said the door was open when she approached but didn't know what to do, so she just hollered. Nothing else seemed out of place or missing, so I just chalked it up to me not shutting it right. My house is old, and if you don't make sure to hold the doorknob a certain way, it won't latch and could swing open. So I just thought, being as tired as I was, that I didn't shut it right. I paid for my food, and the lady left, and I sat the food on the counter to start opening it, when I went to reach for a knife to cut the bag open. There was a knife missing. I looked around to see if I had used it and set it down somewhere, but my sink only had a coffee cup and spoon in it, and my dishwasher was empty. I didn't know what to do or what to think, so I just let it go for a moment, and I headed to the living room with my food. I noticed that my phone was pretty low, so I went to my room to grab my charger, and as I reached down to unplug it, that's when I found the missing knife under my bed. And that knife was being held by someone's hand. I was internally freaking out, thinking, how do I get out of this without letting them know that I was aware of their presence? So I grabbed my phone and I immediately called 911 as I walked out of my room slowly. However, I pretended to call my work, and the conversation was something like this. 911, what's your emergency? Hey, Francis, can you do me a huge favor? It's very important. Ma'am, are you aware you called 911? Yes. Are you unable to talk? Yes. There's an envelope in my office with my address on it. 123, my address. Could you drop it in the mailbox for me? I forgot to, and it needs to be sent today. Do you need me to send someone to that address? Yes, please. They're on their way. I did not expect this to work, but I was beyond thankful it did, and that operator caught on quickly. I went out to the porch to wait, pretending to be doing something on my phone, all while watching inside for movement. When they finally arrived, they moved quickly into my house, and after a lot of yelling and commanding, the guy was finally dragged out. And to my horror, it was the same guy. I never told him where I lived, but I suppose, since he saw me so many times around town, that he must have followed me home one night. They also found zip ties and duct tape on him. And thankfully, that was enough to not only file that restraining order, but also was enough to press charges and put him in jail. And since then, I had my door replaced, and even so, I always make sure to lock it. I also rarely see people in person that I meet online. There are definitely good people in this world, but there are also people with bad intentions. Listen to your instincts though. It's usually not wrong. And also, never be afraid to call for help, even if you can't outwardly say it. Just listen carefully too, and they will understand. It can save a life. When I started high school, I feel I had some pretty close encounters due to my naivety. I'm a female and had very poor self-esteem, so while I did have some close friends, I was also quiet and reserved. However, as I was going into a new school, I wanted to put myself out there more. I wanted crazy memories with my friends. I wanted to try new things and maybe get my first boyfriend. So, in order to do this, I wanted to change myself so I could be happy with who I was. My birthday was over the summer, so I saved up as much money as I could and finally convinced my parents to let me dye my hair a deep purple and black, and even started doing some of those makeup tutorials. I know, it may sound stupid to some, but I know there were a lot of girls that felt the same way as me at that time. I know it sounds stupid now, but it really made a difference to me. I walked into that school for the first time feeling like a different person, except I was still the quiet, smart girl in the back. The first few months were not unusual. My friends and I hung out between classes. All four of us were able to dye our hair, so we had a bit of an ego boost, and we did have some people notice too. There was one girl in particular, Shelby, that was on the choir team that complimented my hair, which made me feel great because she was one of the more charismatic girls. She wasn't the mean and popular type because she was genuinely friendly with anyone, and she had a lot of friends, but she just never really talked to me except for in passing. That's where things started changing for me. While my friend and I were leaving PE, we were singing some stupid song when Shelby complimented me on my voice. She was in the same class so she could hear us. She said that I should try for choir next year, which I never would have thought about being the person I was. From there, she began talking to me more. I would help her on assignments in class, and she even brought in her makeup once to do mine before first period started. We started hanging out outside of school and became pretty close friends. Me hanging out with Shelby also meant that I was around more guys than just my brother and his friends. the ones she hung out around, started paying attention to me, and I didn't dislike it. It was different and something I wanted out of high school. One night, Shelby was staying over at my house and helping me dye my hair again. While we were waiting, we started messing around my laptop. She showed me her Facebook page and a few other sites she would go on, and showed me another website that I have never heard of before. To explain it the best that I can, it was supposed to be like a blog, targeted towards teenagers as a safe place to talk about concerns and fears. You could vent there or just share your creativity. It was all text-based, so you couldn't send or receive pictures. Shelby posted a lot of lyrics to her favorite songs or poems she wrote. She said there was a private message option, which was like an email, but still no media could be sent or received. She said she used this a lot since her parents monitored her email a lot. So, I followed and set up an account too. She helped me set up a personalized wallpaper and bio, and pretty quickly, I had a lot of supporters, which were like friends or followers, and I started using this daily. I would post music lyrics, poems, or songs that I wrote, little tidbits about my day and so forth. I even tried helping others that were not in a good state of mind when I could. It almost became like a job for me. That was a problem though, I do admit. I had been told by my teachers on a few occasions to put my phone away, and once had it taken away by a teacher. It was my English teacher. He was weird in a sense that he was always cheerful to talk to, especially when we first got into class. If you needed help with something or needed more time on a project, as long as it wasn't abused, he was willing to help. But if you interrupted him, in even the slightest during lecture, he seemed to come unglued. He would slam his hand on the desk, do that ear-piercing whistle, things like that. And I unfortunately got caught on my phone, and he took it from me. I had to get it back from him at the end of the day, and I was more careful with having it out, especially in his class. And going back to the site, other than what it was intended for, some people use it to set up fights. It unfortunately was not blocked on the school's network, so when one larger fight took place, they were able to check the history under their logins and see the site. Because of this, the site was blocked from the school network, and the teachers were not very well aware of this too, and started monitoring harder for phones that were out. I was not a fighter, so I never used it for that, but I did on occasion have a few guys on there that I talked to and flirted with. There was even a new section on it where you can give people virtual hugs for points, which you earn for doing certain tasks, such as logging in, making a post, and things like that. The gifts can be left with a name or you can send it anonymously. I got a few from people I knew, but then I started getting ones weekly that were anonymous. I thought it was cool, and I showed my friends to gauge if they were doing it. They claimed they didn't, and were just as excited and curious as myself to know who it was. I figured if not them, maybe it was a mutual friend, or maybe I really did just have an admirer. So I made a post about it saying something about how I appreciate them. The next day, I got a response from a username that I wasn't familiar with, saying it was them and that they were happy I liked them. My friends didn't recognize their name either, so me being me, deduced it as someone who did actually like me. So from then on, they would reply to all my posts with a compliment on it, then would call me beautiful, gorgeous, and etc. I really didn't mind it for a while. I started getting private messages from the same person saying that I was perfect for them. I tried asking who they were, but all they would tell me was that they went to the same school but were too scared to approach me. I tried to convince them too, but they always refused. but the messages didn't stop. Hello, beautiful. Good morning, princess. I hope my goddess had a great day. I remember the messages like that because they kind of creep me out to this day, and I have troubles with hearing it now. This went on for a while, but it started getting old. That's all they ever did, so I started ignoring it. I don't think they liked that though, because they began to beg for me to acknowledge them, and they finally got that when the messages started becoming more explicit and vulgar, talking about my body and what they would do to me. I still didn't have a boyfriend, so I didn't even know how to react to that. So I just decided to block that person. After about a week or so, I started getting the same type of messages from a new name, so I immediately blocked it too. Thinking they may have gotten the hint, I moved on as normal. Towards the end of the semester, PE then had swimming classes, and since it was my last period for the day, sometimes I would just walk home in my swimsuit and cover up. By the time I had gotten home and showered, I had a message from a new person that specifically mentioned my swimsuit and something along the lines of how it was hard to resist not snatching me up from the name of my street. Now, this made me panic a bit because now I really am being followed and they know where I live. I just sent them a message saying to leave me alone, and then I blocked them again. They didn't stop. I can't tell you how many more this person made and how many more messages I would get where they just got worse and worse. They would describe what I was wearing or where I was when they saw me, what they wanted to do to me, and even kept saying they were going to take me away and kept putting the date and counting down the days. April 17th. I hate that day now. There's always something there that makes me think that I need to watch my back on that day. This all started to crash down when we were in study hour, and Shelby asked me about going to her birthday party, and it was going to be the weekend of April 17th. I lost it. I felt horrible, but part of me thought it was her screwing with me this whole time, and I started yelling and crying. The teacher walked me to the counselor's room where I told her everything that was happening. My parents were called in, and they called the cops to have it all reported. They were so upset that I hadn't told them about it, but were more concerned about finding out who would do this to me. Since they thought it was a fellow student at first, and they knew the students had access to the site at school, they began trying to trace back the usernames that were messaging. So I had to go back in and unblock those names as well. And to my surprise, they were eventually able to find out who had created those and who was messaging me. It was our English teacher. This sick freak was messaging those explicit things to me, and after checking his computer, they found out that I wasn't the only one. He was definitely arrested, and he is in prison now. The website is gone too. It only got worse from there and ended up being shut down, thankfully. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Feeling like you have to look over your shoulder everywhere you go is just an awful way to live. And parents, no matter how much they may hate you for it, monitor what your kids do online. You have no idea some of the things that can and do happen right under your nose.
Just over a year ago, I split up with a very abusive ex-boyfriend, Kieran. He would be physically, verbally, and otherwise aggressive, and seemed constantly paranoid of being emasculated. This progressed to being paranoid about me even earning as much as him. I tried to be clear that I saw him as an equal, but it didn't matter. He fell further and further into the philosophy that women are the root of all evil. If ever there was a living, breathing caricature of genuine misogyny, he was it. I'm not a fighter, and he hated it. As he put it, the silence, the open void, hurts me more. He wanted me to fight back, but I never would. So, he would go to greater and greater lengths to assert dominance over me in one way or another. One incident was so extremely violent and calculated that I eventually reported it to the police, and with the help of an off-duty cop, due to the nature of the assault, it went straight to Crown Court, which is reserved for the worst offences in the UK. Nothing came of it. No eyewitnesses. It wouldn't have gone anywhere. I pressed it no further. I just wanted it marked up to help any future partners build a case that puts him away, if it ever happens again. This was the incident that tipped me towards making the decision to leave Kieran. It took some months, but I eventually did it. He made so many attempts to contact me that even the officers on my case raised an eyebrow. It was getting beyond borderline harassment. Long story short, this guy was not happy that he had lost me. He didn't care about my well-being. He cared about having me. I don't think I understand why to this day. Kieran kept vying for attention. He likes women of my political persuasion, and as I was known as an outspoken activist at the time, he began name-dropping my messages to other women in the same political circles. I thought that maybe he didn't think we knew each other at first, but then he started messaging friends. I tried to be cordial with all former partners, including him, so when he messaged me asking if another activist we followed was still online, I told him she was. Big mistake. Within the hour, she DM'd me. She received aggressive messages from him demanding photos and then demanding an explanation as to why she wouldn't oblige, because Kieran was my nice ex. I quickly told all other young female activists at my university in my hometown and my local party associations. Almost all came back to me saying they had indeed received messages from him. He was hounded off Twitter by a friend's boyfriend and deleted his account. I know how that feels, and I feel bad for it, but I don't regret the act of warning my friends, especially the more vulnerable ones. But then a new account was made. Kieran Mate 97. I only noticed because the first notification I remember getting the morning after was that this account had followed me. It had a photo of Kieran and a few sunny tweets shared by my fellow followers about how he was new to Twitter and wanted some friends. I spread the warning to some people and blocked the account, but before long there was another. I did the same and blocked them too. My mother started messaging me in confusion, sending me screenshots from her own Twitter. Kieran had found her anonymous account and was asking her about beans she had bought the other day. Knowing the things Kieran had said about her to me, and possibly others, she was upset and creeped out beyond compare. I advised she blocked him and he would tire himself out eventually. But there's one thing that I need to mention. One night I was messaging friends, having a nice night in with the housemates. Then my WhatsApp pinged. All of my family are on there, as well as a few busy activist groups, so I didn't think anything of it. Because of all the activist groups too, I wasn't alarmed that it was an unsaved number that had messaged me. It was probably a colleague. I opened the message. The only thing there was a dark photo of a house with an upstairs light on. I squinted to try and see if there was a joke in the photo. Why would someone send me this? I could see a figure in the window hunched over, something small in their hand. I could see the end of the terrace, the hedges, the shape of the gate, the pebble dash, the light car out front. It was my house. I forgot my merriment and messaged my friends. The conversation completely derailed, understandably. We scrambled to figure out who sent this to me, but by the time the second picture came in, I already knew. I didn't even look at it. Most of my uni friends at the time were competitive weightlifters, and they offered their house a safe refuge until I figured out what was happening. I sent a frantic, "What are you doing?" to Kieran, and he began typing immediately. He had been waiting. "Peeking," he replied. "It was a joke. Can you see that shadow? I'm not a bloody peeping Tom. I thought it was a joke when you first scared me crapless, but now I can't make sense of it. Oh no, that was just me actually watching my neighbor's shadow eating a pot noodle for entertainment, as if I'd come for you. You know how I think better than anyone. I examined the second picture closely. It wasn't mine. It looked very much like it. He hasn't messaged me since. No communication at all. I still don't understand what the purpose of that whole exercise was. I stayed in my house and left in the early afternoon for a friend's place the next day. For months afterwards, I was very careful about letting my landlady, neighbors, and friends know I was coming home. The doors and windows were always locked. I really don't know how he thinks. I hope I never see him again.
Stalker for over 10 years. This happened in the late 90s. I, Catherine, female and 43, and my friend Rose, female and 42, met him together. My stalker was a guy Rose and I met on the bus one day, coming home from my volunteer work after school as a candy striper at our local hospital. We were on the bus going home, laughing and talking, and this guy just randomly sits by us and starts talking. He tells us his name, and then we laugh thinking he said his name was Gay. Yeah, stupid teenage girls. He corrected us and said his name was Jay. We talked a bit more and innocently gave him our names, and he asked for my number, but I said no. He was like 7 years older, and kinda strange the more we talked to him. He got annoyed, but whatever, right? So we thought that was that. A few days later, or maybe a week later, me and the same friend run into Jay while switching buses downtown. I was going to her house like I did a few times a week when we run into him. He asked for me to hang out and watch him play hockey that night. I said no, that I was going to my friends. And he got weirdly annoyed. He kept trying and bugging me, telling me about how much fun it would be and trying to get me away from my friend. He really didn't want her to come to this hockey game either. He just wanted it to be us. It was so weird. Our bus finally came, and we got out of there fast. Over the next few weeks, I kept running into him downtown. It was like he knew my schedule. Every time I tried to be nice, but get away as fast as I could. And every time, he would get annoyed because I wouldn't hang out with him. A few weeks passed by and I'm at school, and in walks Jay. I was so mad and frustrated that I snapped on him. Why was he here? And how did he know what school I went to? Did he follow me on the city bus? He tried saying that he was there to see his friends, but he wasn't with anyone. Just a 25-year-old guy wandering around a high school. And after that, I would randomly see him on my bus, and he would always try to sit across from me and watch. He would still ask for us to hang out, and I would still say no. As time went on, he would still find me on the bus and sit across from me, who I guessed was his girlfriend, or a girl he was trying to make me jealous with. He would look at me while making out with her. He would do everything he could to make me feel uncomfortable, but I would just turn up my music and do my best to ignore him, or just move to another spot. But nothing ever seemed to deter him. He never did anything bad enough to call the police, but he knew it was wrong, and he knew it bothered me, and he knew that I would have a panic attack, and I'm sure he got off on that. As the years went on, I would see less and less of him. He would randomly pop up and make me uncomfortable. He started standing really close to me and trying to talk. I would have a panic attack and do my best to ignore him. I would still walk away and he would just get more pushy. Every time that I would run into him, I would text my friend that was there when we first ran into him and get her to calm me down. It's now 2023, So, 24 years since it all started, and I haven't seen him in the last maybe 8+ years. And I'm just praying that I never see him again. I'm 43, so he must be going on 50, and I'm still scared to run into him. I have thought that I saw him a few times and I panicked, but it wasn't him. I hope that I never see him again.
How this all began was me being nice to the people who come to my local community library. I was a casual worker, although people probably thought I was a part-timer, as not only was I spotted behind the desk checking in and out books, but also on my laptop abusing the Wi-Fi. This guy nicknamed Chesney was probably an influencer for the young adults, as he mainly skateboarded around and did whatever. He was never alone. I was a natural when it comes to customer service speaking and acting, so chances are I must have spoken to Chesney kindly enough he thought I was interested in him, or he became infatuated with me. I don't date anyone in or from my community. I explained to many people before that dating here would be full-on Alabama. Chances are they could be my cousin through marriage or blood. It's disturbing as I'm Native American and can't even go west or south to date another guy, because chances are they might also be a long-distance cousin. While my time at the library was long, just to gain work experience, it did not last when Chesney asked me to hang out with him. I declined the first time, but it didn't stop. One day he asked for my phone number, and I refused. I don't give out personal information like that. I have a low friend count. I'm not close to anyone who isn't within my immediate family, and my family can see BS as soon as it comes into their line of sight. Chesney then asked my supervisor for my number to give to him. How I came to know this is by the end of the day when we were closing out the library. My supervisor tells me that she'll keep an eye on him and that I should get home safely. I continue every day as normal, very ignorant to the situation that was now starting to build. One day I was sitting in my cubbyhole, as the patrons like to call it, and I started to notice Chesney would find a spot to sit where I would be in his line of sight. I ignored this until one day he came up to my cubbyhole and hands me this Magic the Gathering card. He didn't say much, but I was disturbed. I'll be honest, something about him didn't seem right. The card had an octopus on it, and then, right then and there, I placed the card down and gather up my things and leave. I didn't return to the library for 3 months, maybe even longer than that. This had taken place 2 years ago. I told my eldest sister about the incident, and my family were worried. They wanted to know the guy's name. However, I did not want to know his name. I didn't see him being important to remember. I didn't see him again until a year later. I'm doing more casual work at the library and basically forgot his face until one day he comes in and was working at a computer. I never gave him a second thought. I was busy reorganizing and stacking the bookshelves. Then he printed off a paper and came up to me and asked, "How do you get a job here at the library?" My reply was blunt. "You'll have to speak with my supervisor." I overheard my supervisor telling him he couldn't hand him his resume here, that he needs to hand it in over at HR at the band office. Never saw him again, as I got a job elsewhere. 2 years later, about 4 days ago, I'm living my life as normal when my mum texts me. "Hey, some guy's calling you and would like to speak to you. Is there no number to call back?" "Not my time. Didn't call my number. Not worth a call back, Mum." I just answered the phone. I said I'd just pass the message on. She gives me the caller ID, but like an arse, I text her back saying the ID isn't familiar and there's no number to call back from. If someone wanted to speak to me, they would call or text me through my cell. Otherwise, it can't be important, and I ignore it. I was sitting at my local Timmy's when my eldest sister calls me and tells me that I have a stalker. It shook me a bit, but another part of me was amused, since I do have a tendency to think dark thoughts, and that this could be a joke. My sister explained to me that my stalker wanted to meet with me and take me out to dinner, that he wanted to hang out with me. She wasn't saying this seriously, which is why I thought she was joking. I didn't know who this guy was, and I tried to place a name and face to whoever this person was. Things were starting to get a bit annoying when my mum and elder sister started to accuse me of giving out my brother's number to a stranger. Why the hell would I do that? I barely have a social life. Whose number would I be giving it out to? When I went home, I went over to my brother's house. My mum, who was staying there, said he just called. Now my family's on high alert. By reverse number searching, I got an address where the number was coming from. I wasn't taking this seriously. Whoever they are, they lived outside the res. Me and my elder sister went to the address and did a drive-by. My sister enlightened up the mood by making jokes, pointing out to random guys who were walking down the road saying, "Oh, that must be your stalker. No, that one." Just saying, these guys walking around the road looked like your typical druggie or tweakers. Once we returned home, my amusement ended, as the accusations started up again. If I gave out my brother's number, being the concern. My elder sister asked, and demanded to know, but of course I had not done that. Then how did your stalker get it? She asked. Well, he either got it from someone who knows our brother's home phone number or looked it up in the phone book, is what I concluded, as I know for damn sure I never gave out anyone's number. Once I got home, I was annoyed, immediately grabbed my brother's handphone and went outside to call this guy. My sister was walking to my other brother, filling him in on what was going on. It didn't take long for the guy to pick up. You can guess who it was. Chesney. Chesney was the one calling my brother's home and asking for me. I immediately started to tell him my family isn't amused and that I wasn't interested. Even when I said no, he kept on trying to ask me out. So I asked for his full name, which he gave, and told my siblings who it was. It's not my fault for living under a rock. Turns out this guy's an addict, if not a loser. And I told my parents and they told me to not even think of dating him and to just go and leave him alone. Thanks, Mum and Dad. I don't date anyone from the res. I did do a Facebook search, and of course he had to be a wannabe thug, honest about doing hardcore drugs in his post, and I love that he has German blood, saying he's a Nazi, and a descendant of the Führer. Nice. Getting up, I went to my brother's house who was home, annoyed, and I couldn't find the phone on the cradle. I asked my brother, who went to the incoming calls, pressed the number and handed it to me, which I immediately pressed call. And this guy didn't wait to pick up the phone. Chesney? Speaking. I was pissed and didn't use my customer service voice, that was gone. You will cease and desist from calling this number ever again, or I will get the police involved. This is a form of harassment. Okay. I hung up, furious. My mother said something about calling the cops, but he was calling my brother's phone, not mine directly, and he hadn't done anything threatening yet. But still, I really hope not to meet that guy again.
I'm a 17-year-old female working as a cashier at a popular thrift store. I've been there for approximately 8 months, and I love my job and my coworkers. A common thing that I've noticed is that unfortunately, anytime a new younger female cashier starts working, we've had quite a few since people quit or fall through, she will be hit on by plenty of older guys, and I was no exception to that. I've never had to deal with creepy or weird customers until this job, and I work in the food industry before, so maybe that's why. We, of course, get a handful of regulars, and while I've had a few creepy older guys hit on me before, one even looking me up on Facebook for my name tag and messaging me. There's a regular that comes in all the time. I want to say he's in his late 40s or something, and while he's always nice, my manager has pointed out his obsession with me. I was called in the office the other day so she could show me how he acts and such with the surveillance cameras. Just a list of what's been pointed out to me that I didn't really notice before. 1. He comes in at roughly the same time that I'm working every day, and apparently doesn't show up on my days off. I work closing most of the time, so he comes in around 6 p.m. 2. When he comes in, he will immediately look at the register I almost always work at and will do a double take looking for me. 3. He usually buys one bullshit item, spending about 15 minutes in the store usually. My manager has pointed out that he needs to buy something, or else he knows it will look weird. 4. Every time without fail, he will go to my register. And even when I was on the floor doing recovery, he asked me to check him out because I'm his favorite cashier. If there's a shorter line, it doesn't matter to him. He will stay at my register waiting and watching me. 5. He lingers around after buying something just to talk to me, showing me things on his phone, making sure there's no one else in line. And my manager said he approaches me when I'm alone so he can talk to me without holding up a line. 6. He commented on my hickeys that I failed to cover up before on my neck, making weird remarks here and there. He says he usually checks because there's always about 1 to 2. 7. He said I would look good as blonde, which isn't inherently weird, but paired with everything else, I guess. 8. When I wasn't wearing makeup, he would say something like, "You seem out of sorts recently." I've started wearing makeup again recently, and he's commented saying that he likes that I'm back to my old self. 9. I've noticed weird flirty remarks with him, but I've always brushed it off because customers are always kinda weird, and I deal with that often anyway. 10. He will lean over the register counter to talk to me closer, just his body language in general. And 11. He does a double take when he leaves too, keeping his eyes on me. These are just things that have been pointed out to me by my manager. She's like a protective mother with me, and says every time he comes in, she watches the cameras just to keep an eye on him. I watched the surveillance with her, and after all of that piled up, I'm starting to be more wary. For now, all we can do is just sit and watch. We have no reason to kick him out of the store or anything, and my general manager, being the dipshit that he is, wouldn't care anyway. It's just another customer to him. He wouldn't let me change my name tag after I told him about a customer looking me up on Facebook, saying it's policy, and in general making me feel like an idiot, like I'm overreacting. I'm opening tomorrow morning, so I doubt that I'll see him. He probably came in today, but I requested today off, so he's probably confused with my schedule right now. Well, I don't know. The donation guys and I are pretty close, at least with 3 of them, and I'm told to call them up front if he starts being weird. Kinda using a code phrase that's inconspicuous enough that the guy doesn't even realize. Thank you guys for following the story. I have more information, and here's what happened tonight. My stalker came around 1 p.m. today, an hour and a half before my shift started. Apparently, he bought one thing and asked if someone quit, because I wasn't there. And after buying the item, he walked out, then came back in a few minutes later. He walked around the store looking for something or someone, and then headed to the back. He looked around some more and went to the restroom. Our public restroom is in the employees-only area, so it's not unusual. What is unusual is him coming back in and looking around. An hour before the store closed, he came in again. I freaked out because I wasn't expecting to see him. So I headed to the back, told my manager, and also the donation attendants. The manager told everyone to go out on the floor, have a few pretend to be shoppers, and also keep watch. She kept watch in the office. I needed to stay at the register to get his phone number and to record our conversation. I'm 99% sure that he knew he was being watched. He actually tried to leave my line and get in the other cashiers, but since my manager was watching, she called her to the office before he got checked out. So, he checked out with me, talking as he usually does. But I'm sure he was uncomfortable since I was obviously anxious and we had a co-worker's girlfriend out front to take a picture of what he drives. I have 2 separate voice recordings. The first being him grabbing a cart and making small talk with me as he walks by the register, and next, me checking him out. The co-worker's girlfriend took a picture of his car and he parks in the parking lot of the store next door. I'm assuming to stay out of the camera's view, but I'm not really sure. She said that he circled the parking lot 4 times before leaving. Not really sure why. I went home and told my parents everything that's been going on, and I gave my dad his phone number to find information, and he found an address. He drove about an hour to get to the car and see it lined up. Lo and behold, the cars he took pictures of matched what the co-worker's girlfriend saw. The one she saw earlier had a back license plate, no front one I'm assuming. We have his license plate now and even know his address. His address is actually about an hour away from my job, so I'm assuming he works nearby. Nothing pulled up on the sex offender registry with his name, but everyone's being watchful now. Latest update. I'm sorry for not updating on how everything turned out. I'm happy to say that he hasn't come in for the past few weeks now, and I hope I won't have to see him again. I would get really anxious when he came in. I would hide in the back, take my medication, and stay away from the register. I think he realized that we were watching him, so hopefully that's the end of that, and he's not in business or something. Thank you to everyone for all the great advice, and thank you for telling me your personal stories. I feel much safer at work now. This could have gone horribly wrong, but I was so happy his behavior was pointed out to me, so I could take precautions. If you are facing a similar situation, take all the necessary measures. Don't skip out on your safety, 'cause you never know what could happen. This literally just happened, so I'll try not to ramble too much. I work an evening shift, so I get home at about 10 p.m. most nights. Tonight, about 2.5 blocks from my house, I'm at a stop sign behind a big red truck who's turning left. It's late, we're on a 2-lane 20 miles per hour limit residential street. So when it takes the truck a long minute to turn with no cross traffic, I'm wondering, what the heck? But I don't really care. I'm not a fast driver, or ever in any real hurry on the road. He creeps through his turn really slow, and now I'm more alert. And now he's out of the way enough, I see that he's going slow to watch the car in front. It's a little black car parked on the road and not on the curb. The passenger door is open and a guy is standing there yelling at somebody but couldn't see who. The car was on but the lights were off, so I assume they aren't driving and go around in a wide arc, slower than normal, but nowhere near as slow as the truck that turned. Half a block later, I see headlights behind me. They don't speed up on me or give any indication that anything is wrong. They stay about a half block behind me. I've got no more stop signs and a straight shot home, so I'm not even thinking about the car behind me. I turn the car off, open my door a crack, and shuffle around for my phone, my bag, and etc. But then, they freaking stopped in front of my driveway. I slam and lock my door fast, and then the passenger door opens and the same guy gets out. At this point, I'm debating whether to call my husband, who's inside but probably asleep, or maybe the police. And I settle on the police when the interior light turned on, and I see it's two not-so-small men looking my way. The one who got out said out loud for me to hear, "It's right here, man. The door just shut. I'm telling you, it's right here." He sounds drunk, and I've got 911 dialed and ready for as soon as he takes a single step closer. But instead, he gets back in the car, and they sit there a minute longer with the interior lights on, and I swear we locked eyes. I'm shaking. I can't figure out if I'm going to start crying or yell at them. And they zoom off way faster than they pulled up. I sit in the car for 6 whole minutes, waiting to see which way they go and to be sure that they left, which they did drive off all the way out of my sight, but back towards the way they came. Then I went in and I cried when I realized that they stopped a few feet short of where our security camera would have captured faces. This area is known for petty crime, vandalism, and bike thievery, not violence towards strangers. I don't want to drive anymore. I don't want to know what they wanted. Though, I do want some pepper spray on my keychain now. My name is Rebecca. My family and friends call me Becky for short. I will not use my last name for privacy reasons, but I am a pretty 21-year-old blonde female with a voluptuous figure. I have a habit of turning heads wherever I go, which is not always a good thing, because sometimes creepy guys follow me too. I go to a community college and I work in a diner as a waitress to make ends meet. Well, this all happened a few months ago. It was a very cold winter evening. I have a 5-minute walk from my bus stop to my apartment building. Usually there are plenty of people moving about, but this evening I was walking to my apartment alone, and I see a huge man walking towards me in the other direction. He wore a black mask over his head where you could just see his blue eyes, and he wore a black leather jacket. This guy was huge that it was intimidating, and I mean huge, 6 foot tall and built like a professional bodybuilder. I kept my head down as to not make eye contact as I wanted to walk quickly past him and back home again. I just had a 5-minute walk to my apartment building. If I walk fast, I could get there in no time. Unfortunately, things did not work out according to plan, because as soon as I walked past this huge man, I was painfully aware that he stopped and slowly started to follow me in my direction. Alarm bells of panic and goosebumps hit me, but I kept telling myself that I am overthinking. But just when I was thinking of outmaneuvering this hulk of a man, I felt my lights go out as I fell to the sidewalk unconscious. He hit me hard with those big hard fists of his, immediately knocking me out. And when I woke up, I found myself in a strange room. It looked like a child's dollhouse. What's worse, he dressed me as a little toy doll tied to a chair. I could see, but the room was dim with a swinging lantern light overhead. I saw that I could not even yell for help since all the walls were padded and soundproofed to prevent such things. I was tied to a chair, true, but my mouth was free. Soon, I saw the door slowly open up and the muscle-bound man came in. He was still wearing a ski mask over his whole face and head, but he was wearing only bodybuilding posing trunks. I must say he did keep his incredibly muscle-bound body in tip-top shape. But this guy was a true psycho, stalking and kidnapping females and having them dress up like little toy dolls in a dollhouse for his kinky fetishes. He had a plate of chopped beef franks mixed with pork and beans as he fed me and talked. He talked about all the horrible acts he would do to me before he killed me. And when I asked him why he was doing this, he just looked at me and laughed. After I finished eating, he left the room saying he had to go to work first at his night job. What job he did not say, but when he came back, he told me that he was going to enjoy me. And what was disgusting is that he made me call him Daddy, which I did out of pure fear of the vile man. When the man closed the door and left, I started to panic. I didn't know what to do. Then I saw a telephone in the corner, and I decided to move my chair towards it. I reached it, and I pushed the receiver off with my nose as I dialed 911. I saw this kind of thing done in late-night movies a lot, but it did work for me here. The police dispatcher was very good at her job, and they managed to trace where I was being held captive, and got to me and freed me within 12 minutes. This stalker bodybuilding psycho's dollhouse dungeon was not far from my apartment building actually. When the psycho stalker got home from work, the police immediately arrested him. It was found out that this guy was a serial killer of young females who looked like his ex-girlfriend who left him for another man, similar to what the serial killer Ted Bundy was doing with the females he was killing. And by the way, he also worked nights as a security guard. Soon later, the police told me at the station house, where I was met by my parents, that this psycho stalker bodybuilder should be in jail for a very long time and may even get the death penalty for all the females that he had murdered. I was relieved to hear this. I was very lucky. I was the only female to escape this stalker. So, to this psycho bodybuilder stalker, let's not ever meet again.
I was accused of being a stalker. Did I do what I was accused of? Yes. But let me take you to how this started. I was home making dinner. The only 3 other people that were in the house were my 5-year-old son, his friend, and our foreign exchange student, Tina, who was 15 and extremely shy and didn't like talking because she didn't think she spoke English very well. I'm making dinner as I said and have my hands buried in a meatloaf and the phone rings. I wipe my hands and answer the phone and some lady's yelling at me. I can't understand her. She keeps yelling. And I got the words son, police, kick, ass. She hung up. And I was standing there with the phone in my mostly wiped hand, very confused. I resumed my meatloaf when the phone rang again. It was the same lady who was a little calmer and said, "Stop calling here. My son doesn't want anything to do with you. I already called the police." And I said, "You've been calling me. I didn't call you. I don't even know who you are." "The police will contact you and throw you in jail. I hope you rot in there." I didn't know what this lady was doing or where she was getting her information from. I was making dinner. My son was playing with a friend in the next room and Tina was studying. Later the same day, the police department called, asking if they could come over and speak with me. We set up a time and I'm almost in tears. Keep in mind I'm in my mid-30s and didn't even pull pranks when I was young. I was one who always followed the rules and taught my kids the same thing. And now I'm being accused of being a stalker? This may not seem scary, but I was terrified, thinking this lady is going to have me thrown in jail without so much as an explanation from me. Not that I had one. I was confused. 2 officers pull up and I open the door. They asked me to lock up my dogs as I had 3 Great Danes at the time, so I lock them up out back and come back to the door and tell them to come in. The kids were at the neighbor's house because I didn't want them to see me being arrested if it came to that. We sit at the kitchen table, and I get them each a bottle of water with them asking about who lives here and where they are, and I'm sitting there shaking visibly. I'm so nervous, my mouth is dry and I can't swallow and I can barely speak. Just then my husband comes home. He's the one who can talk anyone calm and practically could sell oil to Saudi Arabia. He's so smooth. He's talking to the officers, and even though he wasn't here, he knows I'm not stalking anyone and that these accusations are ridiculous. They say the person said I called them and hung up. I said I was making a meatloaf and answered the phone with meatloaf residue on my hands, and some lady began yelling at me. And I only understood some police kick and ass, and she hung up. And then she called back, and I understood her better, and she said that I was going to jail and her son didn't want anything to do with me. And finally the officer says, "Well, I don't think you had anything to do with this, but she has your number, so someone called. Do you think your kids have anything to do with this?" I told him my little one was playing with a friend in the dining room, which I could see at all times, and my foreign exchange student was studying at the time, and she's quiet and there's no way she would stalk someone. Plus, I was right next to the phone. There was another phone in my bedroom and no one ever went there, so it couldn't have happened. They gave me the phone number I was supposed to have called and didn't recognize it. So they asked if they could speak to Tina, who was 15. She was shy, and I didn't really want to scare her, and they said they would just calmly speak to her, so I said okay. She came out, sat at the table with us, and they were asking her name, how she liked it there, and if she made any friends, and if she called any friends today. She said that she didn't, but then she said that she tried to call Jamie, but went over there instead but came back home because everyone was upset about someone stalking their son. We came to find out she plugged an old phone into the jack in her room, and it worked, so she called from there, and she hung up after 2 rings because she decided to walk over there since they live 4 houses away. My neighbors were getting calls from one of their son's ex-girlfriends, and Tina just happened to call at the same time, and they hit *69 and called my house thinking that I was the stalker. Now *69 was very new and I didn't know about it at the time. We had a huge laugh when the police called, then told them that I was not the stalker. It was their neighbor, who they knew, and we were cool.
This happened yesterday after I finished the night shift at around 3 a.m. I work at a store of a big fast food chain to pay for my university. Our staff changes frequently because of a lot of students and migrants working at our place. So you don't get to know each other very well. Everybody has their own social life, and it is very, very rare for coworkers to establish friendships outside of working hours. But still, you know the people on your shift, and the night shift has particularly few workers. One of my co-workers, Jasir, started to get interested in me. Not that I noticed. I am young and dumb. I like being friendly, and which is something important for later, I have a hard time saying no. In December of 2019, our store threw a Christmas party at a pub. I went and I had a great time, but I also made plans for later that night. Because of that, I wanted to leave early, which made Jasir also want to leave early, despite the fact that he neither needed nor planned it beforehand, which made me so uncomfortable. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to get to the train station, and I did. So I couldn't say no, and I just let him tag along. When we arrived at the train station, it came to light that there was no train that he could take to get home. None. He did not check beforehand. He did not ask me, and he just wanted to tag along with me. I was super uncomfortable, and instead of taking the train to the main station, he got into my train and only got out when I insisted that he change his trains at another big station. In January 2020, Jasir asked me out for coffee and I agreed. I thought, he just wants to be friends. He doesn't have any and can only rely on his coworkers. If something happens, then I can just nope out. And so I went. First, it was okay-ish. We mostly talked about work-related stuff because we don't share any hobbies. We are not the same age and we don't have the same mother tongue. Jasir didn't like talking about work and nothing more. He started talking about how different I was from the other co-workers, and how nice of a person I am and how good my charisma is. Then, he asked if we could get to know each other better. I genuinely didn't want to, and still don't. Jasir is not my type, neither as a person nor from his looks, especially his looks. Even if I sound superficial, while I am in my early 20s, Jasir is at least in his early 30s. I have no problem with age gaps, which is a story for another subreddit, but I am not attracted to men that dress like teenagers. Instead of telling Jasir a straight no, I told him that I was not interested in having a boyfriend. He didn't take that seriously and told me that I would change my mind. I told him that I wouldn't, and he again was not really on board with that opinion. So I elaborated my opinion 3 times in German and 1 time in English to get it very clear. He always changes to English if he does not get something or thinks he misunderstood. And even though he heard it clearly, he just doesn't like it. I mean, obviously, my opinion is going to change if I explain it in English rather than in German. We left the conversation with him still not convinced, and me being really not interested in a second meeting. He quit soon after and I foolishly assumed that I was free. But whenever he came to my workplace to place an order, he would ask me out to eat something. And every time I would postpone whatever I said the last time. Maybe because of finals, because of travel, because of anything I could get my hands on. Then came COVID-19 that hit Germany in March, and I didn't see him anymore. I blocked him on social media in April, and I hope that that was the last thing to happen. But oh boy, that was not the case. Today, I finished my shift at 3 a.m. and left with my female and very Asian coworker Wei to catch the next train. We take different trains, so we decided to wait in the main lobby until I need to go to my platform. In that time, Jasir appeared. He just finished his shift and was on his way home. Wei asked him which train he needed to get, and he said that he was walking home. And while the conversation went on, I got closer to Wei to get some space between me and Jasir. Wei did not grasp how uncomfortable I was in this situation, and then she just walked away. What did Jasir do? He placed himself between me and Wei, right in my vision line, and every fiber in my body felt how he barged into my personal space. I decided that I could not take a private conversation with him, and I just said, "Oh, look, I need to get to my platform," so I could end it. But then Jasir followed me, through the main lobby, through the train station, and into the elevator, and into the train. I was internally screaming and walked through the train until I saw another passenger. I sat down in the row of seats next to me. And then Jasir followed. As if every bit of luck had just left me, the other passenger moved seats and went away. So I was back alone. Jasir talked, and I showed clear signs of not wanting to continue the conversation. I hoped he would leave before the train departed, but he didn't. Mind you, the train goes in the opposite direction of his house and is 1 hour walking distance to my workplace. There is no way in hell this man could get anything out of taking that train except following me and continuing the conversation. I was freaked out and I told him in English that he was acting very weird. Maybe I should have used a different word, but English is also not my first language, and at that point, I only thought about escaping. I could not let him see my station or he could easily find my home. I don't live rural, but at 3 a.m., there is nobody on the streets, so him following me home was terrifying. I thought about getting off a station earlier, but then I would need to get a cab, for which I did not have cash on me. Or I needed to walk the rest and he could still follow. I decided to get up at the next station, let him get out of the train first, and then just stay inside while the doors close. And it fortunately worked, but only after telling him clear that this was not my station. I would not get out and he would not get back in. I even held my hand out to stop him from coming back, and he stayed outside after the conductor shouted at us to let the door close. So let's rewind. He is way older than me, but does not get the concept of me not wanting to be in a relationship with him. Whenever he does not like an answer, he switches to English, because it just might be me misunderstanding. He followed me 2 times into my train and almost home, without ever thinking about how creepy that behavior is. So, Jasir, let's not meet again. Hi, I'm a 12-year-old female named Anna. I will not tell you my last name due to privacy reasons. And I live in New York City. I love to go to Coney Island Amusement Park in Brooklyn, New York, especially with my best friend Sally, who is really my only friend. One Saturday, I was walking through a large New York park on my way home when a man beckoned me to come to him. He was a stranger with a nicely trimmed white beard sitting on a park bench. He looked very Victorian-looking in dress, wearing a derby hat and black suit and spats of the period on his feet. This stranger looked nice, but strongly out of date in 2020 springtime New York. My mother told me to never talk to strangers, but he had a pleasant face and asked me nicely to come to him, so which I did. My mom told me to never speak to strangers, I said rather coldly to him, not really meaning to sound this hard to him. This strange dapper man looked me up and down and replied smiling. Smart mom you have, young lass, he continued. My name is Mortimer Johnson. And what's your name, sweetie, if I may ask? He said in his English-sounding voice, which was quite pleasant. It had a ring to it. I'm Anna, as I then gave him my last name. The stranger then laughed and said, You see, I know you, and you know me. We're not strangers anymore. I then looked at him and said, Knowing each other's name is not knowing, I said quickly. You are correct, my fine young lass, he answered me, still smiling. I then looked at him and smiled back and thought, if this guy is Chester the molester, he is sure a pretty nice guy so far. The stranger then looked me up and down as he continued smiling at me. As then, I started to really think that he may actually be Chester the molester. I bet you are not satisfied with your appearance or life, he said concerned. What do you know about my life? I asked more polite this time. I see things, my young lass. You are on the plump side, and many mean girls make fun of your appearance. Except your pal Sally, of course, and your dear old widowed mother is having trouble in paying the rent, he continued. Am I right about any of this? He asked me as I nodded my head. But how do you know all about me, sir? I asked in my sweet voice. I see things, girl, and I want to help people like you, he replied, smiling. Mortimer Johnson then took from his pocket a shiny gold coin that was actually larger than a silver dollar. He then handed it to me. "Take this coin, lassie. You have 2 big wishes, but only 2. Choose wisely with them. I will be watching you from afar." He spoke. "The choices you make in life are up to you, but these 2 wishes, when you flip the coin once, can make your life a whole lot better and easier," he said. "But why give me this coin for 2 wishes?" I asked. The stranger then put a hand gently on the side of my right cheek. "I told you, young lady, I like to help people like you," he said. And before I could ask another question, the man got up from his bench and got on the bus that just stopped. "Remember, honey, you only get 2 wishes with your coin. Make your choices wisely," he said happily as the bus took off down the New York street. I then looked down at my big old coin. I just get 2 big flips and 2 big wishes, and that's all. Well, it's better than nothing, I thought to myself. I then looked at the bus till it disappeared down the street. The next day, Sunday, I showed Sally my gold coin and about my day with a stranger named Mortimer Johnson. Sally was a good friend, but she did not believe a word of it and then started to laugh. But it was a pleasant laughter, and it wasn't mean at all, and it made me laugh too. "Have you made any wishes yet?" she then asked seriously to me. "No, Sally, not yet," I replied, but I knew I would soon. That night alone in my room, I made a wish that my mom would get a higher paying job and make our lives easier in our New York apartment, as I gave the big gold coin a flip. Then, I decided to make another wish and wish that I could lose all my 12-year-old fat and then blossom into a lovely young girl, as I quickly gave the gold coin another flip. When I did this, I did not feel any different, nor did the coin glow in my hand after each flip. I almost decided to throw the coin out of the window, but decided to hold on to it and maybe spend it later. I wasn't really sure yet. The next year though, in 2021, things started to happen. My life and my mother's life started to change for the better. My mom got a good business job in the center of New York and could make ends meet for the both of us. And through exercise, I lost all my baby fat, and not only that, I blossomed very happily into a blonde, beautiful 13-year-old girl with a large bosom and curvaceous figure. I even noticed quite a few boys giving me excited looks that they thought I was good looking as well. My friend Sally, who was a true friend, was not jealous at all now that I was a beautiful teen girl with no money problems, which I was thankful for. And one Sunday, I was flying my kite and saw Mortimer Johnson walking up to me. I thanked him greatly because the 2 big wishes from the gold coin did come true for me. And number 1, my mom got out of money problems. And number 2, I lost all my plumpness and then blossomed into quite the beauty. Mortimer just smiled at this and said that he was watching me from afar. He then told me that we could become good friends if I wanted to be. Friendlier than we were now with each other, as he then laid his hand around my waist and started to pull me close for a kiss. I then pulled away from him and ran away. Stupidly, I did not call the police right away, but did manage to point him out in the park when he was looking the other way when I was with my mother. Once my mom looked at him, she turned as white as a ghost and told me that that man was a child molester named George Thompson, not Mortimer Johnson like he said. She told me that I was lucky to escape with my life since this man murdered a few kids already. Plus, the gold coin story was all a lie to get me to like him better so he could be friends with me and later on molest me and probably murder me once he gained my trust. My mother went on to say that the gold coin was actually a fake coin from Coney Island Amusement Park to fool young children who didn't know any better like myself, who fell for it. Sadly, some kids with their very lives. My mom then quickly called the police and had George Thompson, the child pedophile and stalker, arrested. I was very lucky to have a smart mother like this. I guess the gold coin did give me one more lucky wish in having this predator and stalker arrested, hopefully for a very long time, so he could no longer prey on young children. I can cut the intro to this short by saying that my parents were busy looking over my sick sister when I was young. I got social media around the time when I was 9 and often wasn't wearing enough clothes during videos, and I wasn't monitored. I was always looking for more attention, and when my account didn't take off, the next thing I asked for was to download a live stream app. This particular app, if you provided your location, it would show in the corner of the screen for the viewers. So anyone who watched my stream knew the name of my town and my country. And I often wore my school uniform in videos too, because I wasn't really educated on internet safety. A few people came over from my account, but a stranger took interest in my life and started watching my videos. One thing led to another, and I was being groomed by this man. Over the months that this occurred, I only saw his face once, but it kind of made everything clear to me, and I ghosted him completely. I didn't touch any technology for nearly a year, and I didn't tell my parents until the next year. And when I say groomed, I mean emotionally manipulated into sending explicit pictures, which he then used to blackmail me into sending more. You know, the classic 2000s child predatory stuff. Around the time that I ghosted him, an old white car would show up on my walk home, which is actually me walking to a friend's house. Let's call it Anne's house, which he may have thought was mine. The windows were tinted and the plates were messed up that you couldn't make out more than 2 letters. The car would be there every single afternoon, parked near the curb, and it would then start as we reached the crossing, speeding at us and nearly hitting Anne on a few occasions, but mostly I was the target. The car even followed us to her house one day with the driver's window halfway down. I got a look at the driver's face and it was 100% the man that I have been talking to online. At this point, my parents weren't even aware of the grooming, but I confided in Anne, who threw a brick at the car, something that I do not condone, so I told her off for it multiple times. The car was always around for most of my 4th and 6th year until I went to high school. We moved houses nearly 2 years ago, and we've had a lot of new neighbors moving in as the young couples who built the houses around us moved out. I was talking to one of our new neighbors this morning as our paths crossed on our morning walk. She's an older woman, maybe in her 60s, and for her privacy, we'll call her Deb. Deb is an absolute sweetheart, and she was telling me about her grandkids visit all the time, and that there would be plenty of chances for me to babysit or help with the garden for money, seeing as her and her husband are old. We got busy talking, and I walked her home, seeing as it's just down the road from me anyway. She asked if I wanted to run home and asked my parents if I could come in for coffee and some banana bread, but I immediately refused when I saw the car. It was the same old Toyota Camry with the tinted windows. It was the one with the messed up license plate and the dent on the driver's side door from the day that I told my friend, and she pegged a brick at it. I used to be employed as a child protection worker. A report came through about a stepfather who was being abusive to his children. I was given the investigation by my team leader. When I interviewed the oldest child with the police, she had very visible physical injuries and told me exactly what had happened. I will spare the details, but it was really horrific. As the children were in his sole care, we knew that they needed to be removed immediately. We sent a team of 2 workers out to the children's school, while myself and a colleague called the stepfather into the office. I led the interview, and it was horrible. He didn't even try to deny that he had hurt his stepchild, basically saying, "Huh, that's my kid, and I'll do what I want, and you can't stop me." When I served him with the paperwork, he absolutely lost his mind. He was swearing and screaming and said, "If we were outside this building right now, I would freaking kill you." We ended up running out of the interview room, pressing our emergency alarm, and I even had to make a police report about the whole thing. It got really messy. The next day we had court for the children, and my manager decided that I shouldn't attend due to everything that had happened the previous day. My colleague who attended told me that this man was at court and yelled several times something to the effect of, "Where is that worker who took my kids?" I remember feeling a little freaked out, but it's not uncommon to hear things similar to this when you have to remove a child. It's understandable that the emotions are very high. You build a bit of resilience working in this field, and overall, I mainly felt relieved that those children had been placed with an aunt and were safe. But about 2 weeks later, I had to stay back late at the office on an unrelated job. It was about 9 p.m. when I finished, and I was the only person there. I walked out to the back of the building to my car. It was really dark, but when I got close, I thought that I saw a shadow moving at the front of my car. Just for a second, and then it was gone. I was about 20 meters away at this point, but it startled me. I stood there for just a second, looking at my car, wondering if I was just being paranoid. While staring into the darkness, I started hearing tiny rustling noises, and whether imagined or not, all of the true crime horror stories that I've ever heard just flashed into my mind. Well, safe to say, I freaked myself out and I sprinted back to the building. I called my boyfriend to come and pick me up, explaining what had happened. By the time he drove up to the front doors, I had convinced myself that I was being silly, and I asked him to drive me around to my car. He circled around with the headlights shining on my car, and I could very clearly see that all 4 of my tires had been slashed. I was an absolute mess that night, and I called the police immediately. I was pretty sure that this man was responsible, but as I hadn't seen him, I couldn't say for sure. I then took a few days off and I came back to a meeting with my manager, who had put together a safety plan for me and the other staff. She organized to have a security guard escort us to our cars and said very clearly that no one was to stay in the building after hours alone. Then about a week later, a letter was delivered to the office addressed to me. Any mail that comes into the office goes through our reception staff. Our lovely receptionist opened it, and it was a note that said, "You're good as dead, bitch." The words were typed and printed. She was an older woman and burst into tears when she read it. It didn't say who had sent it, but I am convinced that it was the same man. Over the next few weeks, letters kept coming in, each one getting longer. They addressed me as bitch, a home wrecker, saying that I kidnap and abuse children. It was just horrible, horrible stuff. The threats in the letters were the worst. The person writing them threatened to rape, torture, kill, find out where I live, and to burn down the entire building. To be honest, the police were less than helpful. They basically said that given the nature of our work, they couldn't conclusively say that it was this man, although they had questioned him. To me, it all seemed like a pretty massive coincidence. I'd never had anything like this happen before. They did say that they were taking the letters very seriously and tracking down where they had been posted from, but I never heard anything back about that. My workplace took the threats very seriously too. All of the security was bumped up across the building, and all staff completed refresher training on emergency management. One day, on the way home from work, I noticed that a car was following me. At first I thought that I was being paranoid, so I drove down a bunch of little streets. I doubled back onto the same route in a way that would make absolutely no sense. And even after all that, a dark green Camry was still paced a little way behind me. I freaked out, but I had already planned in my head what I was going to do in this situation. I headed straight to the police station. I was planning to pull right up to the front of the building and beep my horn until I had someone's attention. The second that I pulled into the police station, the green Camry drove straight past and disappeared down a nearby side street. I sat there for a good 20 minutes, too scared to get out of the car in case they come back around the corner. It dawned on me that in my panic, I had forgotten to get the license plate, and that upsets me to this day. I told the police what I knew, but they told me that the man didn't have any car registered in his name. This was the final straw for me. I was a nervous wreck. I was looking around constantly at work and at home, and I knew that he lived relatively close to me, so I even stopped going grocery shopping in case I ran into him. I stayed on stress leave for a month, and I heard from colleagues that the letters kept arriving. I was very honestly ready to quit, but then COVID happened, and it really changed everything. Everyone went into lockdown, and all access to the office was restricted. I started back working from home, driving a work car to and from appointments, and I didn't go into the office regularly anymore, only allowed in small working groups when absolutely necessary. Over the next year, the letters slowed down and eventually stopped. By the time we were allowed back in the office, there hadn't been any sign of this man for almost 7 months. And about a year later, I left child protection. I don't know what happened with those children, but my hope is that they are happy and safe with their family. And as for the man who I believe stalked and threatened me for just doing my job, let's not meet ever again. I never told this to anyone, but I want to hear your thoughts about this. One day, I was free from work, so I went to do some errands on foot since it would be close to home. While I was getting to the first corner intersection, I'm not really sure if that's how it's called. English is not my first language, so I do apologize for that. I noticed a red car was slowing down. I thought that it was because he was about to turn right in that corner. But while I stood there, I noticed that he was unsure on making the turn or to keep going down the road. I kinda grew impatient, so I just decided to keep walking. While crossing the street, I noticed that he changed his mind and then started following me. I was starting to feel uneasy because he was basically going at my side and at my pace, all by having his windows up, and I was all by myself, and I couldn't see anybody else coming down or up the street. I started to walk faster, and I'd try not to look at him. And that's when he started to go faster too. I was pretty sure that I would be abducted at this point. I crossed another intersection, and he did it as well. I knew that I was getting closer to some businesses and a school down the street, which is usually very crowded at that time, since it was around like 1 or 2 p.m. So I was praying to God to allow me to reach there, So if he tried to do anything, at least I could scream and someone could listen. But before getting there, he decided to roll down his windows, and I saw a guy masturbating. I acted like I didn't see him, and I started to walk even faster, and until just before I reached the front of the school. He then sped up and drove off. Obviously, this guy was definitely a creep, but sometimes I think I could easily get abducted. Or not? I don't know. Let me hear what you guys think. When I was 12 years old, I got an unusual opportunity. I was able to be involved in a study abroad program where I would live in England for several months. I'm from a very small town in the US originally. The program was run through my middle school, and I went over to England with a group of around 15 other 12-year-olds. Before we went to the homes that we would be living in for the next few months, we ended up staying in London for about a week to do some sightseeing. When we get there, we were staying in a small hostel downtown, and my school had essentially rented out the entire hostel for the kids and for the adults that were chaperoning the trip. If I remember correctly, there were 2 adults with us. Every day, we would have a scheduled activity, and then we would have a significant amount of free time where we were allowed to explore the city as a group with just the kids and no adults. Well, the second day we were there, my friends and I were out together, and we ended up stopping to look at some kiosk that had some souvenirs. It was just about a block from our hostel. I was around the backside of the kiosk, and it would look like I was alone. But then I feel someone grab my arm. I turn, and I see a middle-aged man, most likely homeless, looking at me, and he says, "Hello there, pretty little girl," in the creepiest voice that I have ever heard. I immediately darted around the other side of the kiosk, back to my friends. But before I could even tell them what happened, he came around and got super close to me and said, "You can run, you can hide, but I will find you." And then he walked away. I immediately grabbed my friend and I started pulling her back towards the direction of our hostel. I was crying when we got back there, and we told our chaperones what happened. They essentially brushed it off and didn't do anything. Every day we were in London from then on, I would see him 1 to 3 times a day when we were out. He would never get close and never say anything, but he would always be smiling while watching me. Every time that I would see him, I would point him out to either of the chaperones or another kid in our group. And on the last day that we were there, we were getting ready to leave, and we were catching the train from London to Leeds. And while we were waiting at the train platform, I hear, "Bye, little girl. I will see you soon." And I turned around, and sure enough, he is there. He quickly leaves, and again, no one in my group really does anything. Except for the other kids, since they were all completely freaked out. I never saw him again after seeing him on the train platform, but I still remember his voice, and every time I think of it, I get a shiver down my spine, and I think about how close I was to danger. So this happened a long time ago, but I've never forgotten it, as it was one of the strangest encounters that me and my family has ever had. One time as a child, I went with my family to the grocery store. It was our monthly trip to stock up on groceries, so we were going to be there for a while. I was about 12 at that time, so by the age that I had a good understanding of how to read people. We went to the produce aisle, and suddenly, a strange man caught my eye. He was standing awkwardly close to us, sort of fake browsing the vegetables. But his body language seemed off. He was standing with his back to us, but something seemed strange about the way he was positioned. As we slowly moved down the aisle, he would also slowly rotate, so his back was always facing us. As we got a little closer, I could tell that he was wearing those see-behind glasses. Those gimmick sunglasses that have hidden mirrors on the inside of the lenses so you can see behind yourself. He had a dirty gray zip-up jacket on and long dark messy hair, and he had to be in his 40s. Our shopping went on, and wherever we went, I would see him standing there staring at me from across the store. He would keep his distance from us, but he was always within eyesight no matter where we were in the store. About 30 minutes in, and my mom still hadn't noticed it, but he was starting to really creep me out. My mom didn't believe me at first. Eventually, we got to the refrigerator aisles, and this is when it got weird. Whatever aisle we were in, he would quickly pace past us occasionally. At this point, he wasn't even trying to look like he was shopping, and my mom and sister were starting to notice this and also seem concerned. At one point, we were grabbing something off one of the shelves, and I could see him just standing on the opposite aisle, peeking through the shelves at us. His sunglasses were on still, but now his hood was up. We started to walk faster, and we did some random zigzags around the store to see if he really was following us, and we tried to lose him, but he would keep up, all in a very sneaky way at that. He would always be at the opposite end of the aisle, but he kept up with us the whole time. By this point, my mom was concerned, so we pushed the cart up to the customer service area to talk to the manager about it. And by this point, we lost him. We informed the manager and she was very helpful. She actually went to go find the guy and talk to him. We waited at the counter until she paced back to us with a confused look on her face. She walked up to my mother and told us, he said you're his mom." And by this point, my mom and sister were concerned. The manager rang us up and said that we should leave, and then they will escort the strange man. We walked out to the car staying close to our mother when we were met with a horrible sight. The man was just standing across the parking lot, across from our car, with his head slightly tilted and a big grin on his face. We floored it out of there, but we could still see him, just standing there, watching us leave. So whoever that guy was in sunglasses, let's not meet again. So for context, I grew up in the suburbs, and outside of the occasional play park or sports field, there was nothing to do. Me and my neighbors used to play knock and run, or its other name Ding Dong Ditch. For context, I have a sister who is a year younger than me, and my neighbor James was the same age as me. His older sister was 14 at that time, and she also played with us from time to time, although I think she just wanted to hang out with my sister, whom she thought was very cute. I was admittedly the biggest coward in the group, and to this day, my flight instinct is significantly stronger than my fight instinct, so I would never ring the doorbell, as I would always find a way to wiggle out of it. I always found watching it more entertaining than doing it. On this particular afternoon, my cousins came over. One of my cousins was my age, and the other was a few years younger than me and couldn't play with us. And the other was a year older than me. But everyone treated him like he was an adult, even though he was only 11. or at least that's how I perceived it. Let's call this cousin Daniel, as he is somewhat important to the story. I am not a reliable narrator, as it has been almost 10 years since these events, but I will try my hardest to remember them. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. My cousins came over, and we were banished outside to play, and we all decided that knock and run was a good idea. We usually just played around our immediate street, never venturing further than the next street over, out of fear of getting lost in the copied and pasted suburban streets. We made our way up the street to the play park on the top of the hill, and it sat where a house could have been, and someone could cut across it onto the next road. As we sat on the play equipment, we decided that a vote should decide who knocked first. And of course, I was picked. I remember getting myself out of it and getting my older cousin to take my place. I am thankful that he was and is proud as he is. It did help me get out of a lot of situations. We decided that our first target would be the fanciest looking house in the area, a white marble house with a fountain in the front yard and a curved driveway. I remember sitting next to a car. I was small enough to look under it from the curb, and I had a clear view of my cousin sneaking up to the door and ringing the doorbell 3 times in order to get the attention of whoever was inside, and then he bolted down the pathway towards the street to hide behind the cars. But before he got to the fence, an older man in a black leather apron with what I assumed was paint came sprinting after him. I immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't the usual response to a knock and run. Sure, we have encountered some angry people before, but this was something very different. He practically flew down the walkway towards Daniel and threw his hand out to grab him. This didn't feel like anything someone his age could do, and it scared the shit out of me. I think I might have been the only one with a clear view of what was going on, which meant that I was the first to see what was happening. And it wasn't until the man was practically on top of Daniel that he noticed that he was being chased, and the scream that he made when he realized this will always stick with me. As I said at the start of this, Daniel was, and still a very proud person who will always try to prove himself. So hearing this scream of pure terror struck at my core. Everyone was clued in at this point as to what was happening. Daniel didn't open the waist-high gate at the end of the path. He just jumped it, which I think ultimately saved him from getting hurt, as the man had to take a second to open it. And Daniel was sprinting down the street as fast as I had ever seen him. "Stop, you little shit!" the man shouted with a deep, angry voice, which did actually stop Daniel in his tracks. They were both standing in the middle of the road at this point, reminding me of an old Western movie when 2 cowboys would be standing at either end of the main road. The man marched straight up to Daniel's face, and I could finally get a good look at him. His skin resembled rough leather, and the few strands of hair on his head had long since grayed. He was clean-shaven, and he was wearing white pants and a white button-up and a black leather apron that had what I rationalized as red paint on it. After he was maybe half a foot from Daniel, he started to berate him, and I could only make out the words, "Sick people in there!" Everything about this man threw me off, and I could see my neighbor and my other cousin who was hiding in the bushes felt the same. My neighbor's older sister, whom I will call Tay, screamed out at him from the other side of the road, which gave Daniel the opportunity to run as fast as he could away from that old man. We all ran at that point, and I don't think that I or anyone else knew where we were running off to. But I found myself in the car park of the shopping center across the road from me. I waited there for maybe 30 minutes, just watching cars come in and out, feeling safer with a large group of people. I had no idea at that time if he chased one of us or not, but I knew that I was safe. I made my way back to my house, and I found that I was the last one to return. My cousin Daniel ran straight home, and Tay followed him. My other cousin and neighbor ran around the suburbs for a bit before deciding to go home. My mom was missing when I got home, and I realized that she had been told what had happened. My mother is someone who isn't afraid of protecting her own, and she is one of the strongest people that I know. So I felt pretty safe that she was aware and was off telling him to fuck off. But when she got back, she seemed off. She didn't want to talk about it or anything, and any color from her face had completely drained. We slept at my neighbor's house that night because my mom wanted to talk to my dad about something serious, and I think we all knew what it was about. Nothing happened for a while after that. Not for a while, but my mom was a lot more protective of what we did outside. We were no longer allowed to play knock and run or go up the road without a parent. It really bugged my sister who loved to play outside, but I don't think she fully understood what happened. I have a lot more stories about this guy, and I probably will write more, because this has helped me to get a better grip on everything that happened throughout that year. But I hope you enjoy the very first event in one of the worst periods of my life. Part 2. Okay, so before I get into the next few events, I think that it's important to address some things that I've read in the last post. I know that we were the ones who originally disturbed him, but I thought that it was important to dedicate a post to that event as it kind of kicked off a lot of stuff. I will probably update this post with a few more stories just to get it all out of there. But I just wanted to say that I fully understand my and everyone else's part to play in part 1. But I believe that the issue really began after that, which is what I'll show you today, and I am sorry if I upset anyone. First things first, I promised a few of you that I would ask my mom what the old man had told her last night at dinner, and I did manage to do so. She was surprised that I remember what happened and tried to sweep it under the rug, but I kept pressing her for answers. I'm not proud of pressuring my mother into talking to me about something like this, but curiosity got the better of me. I know that that is not an excuse, but I feel that it somewhat justifies my actions, as a lot of you wanted to know as well. And after I pressed her for more answers, she grabbed my arm and led me to my room before placing me on my bed. She sat next to me and told me not to repeat anything of what she says to my sister, my cousins, or anyone else who was involved with this man throughout that year. And she finally opened up about how she was sitting at home watching TV when she heard a loud knock on the front door. It was my cousin Daniel and my neighbor Tay, who looked terrified and exhausted. After letting them in and grilling them for answers, my mom was rightfully pissed that someone had spoken to them in such an awful way, and so she got up to go and confront the man. And on her way out, my other cousin and neighbor arrived, whom she also sent inside. She was concerned about where I was, but Daniel made it clear that I ran in the opposite direction of the man and that he would go out looking for me. My mom made her way up to the play park and saw the man pacing back and forth up and down his driveway. He didn't seem angry or upset. He apparently didn't seem like anything besides someone marching back and forth, which took my mother's mood from enraged to confused. She walked up to the front gate and let herself in, which made the man stop almost immediately and stare at her. I am surprised that she didn't turn back and go home at that point, because that's what I would imagine anyone would have done. But as I said in part 1, I am a coward. The man marched up to my mom and started to berate her about trespassing on his property which she met by berating him about terrifying some kids. This apparently went on for a couple of minutes before he said something that terrified her. My mom didn't say exactly what he said because she said that she was trying to forget it, but he said something along the lines of, "I will show both of you what it feels like to have somebody on your property when you don't want them there, and then I'll shut those fucking kids up forever." He tried to grab her at that point, but she quickly moved away and left his yard, and then swiftly went back home. This really affected my mom, but that was the answer I got from her. I gave her a hug, and I apologized for pressing her to tell me, and then we got back to dinner shortly after. I don't regret her telling me, but it just feels like knowing the end of a movie and seeing all of the hints leading up to it. It had been about a month, maybe a month and a half, since the first initial incident with the man. We hadn't seen him since, and I was forgetting about it until I went to the shops one day. For context, my parents had started to let me go to the shops by myself to grab little things for them. I was young at that time, and the shops were across the road from me, so getting there wasn't an issue. One day, my dad asked me to go and grab a loaf of bread for him. He gave me $2 coins and then sent me on my way to the shop. I was getting used to doing this on my own, and I was enjoying my independence. I grabbed the bread, which was on the far side of the large supermarket, and made my way towards the registers. I stopped by the toy aisle, and I took a look at the low-quality mass-produced action figures that I desperately wanted. This was really part of my routine even now. If I wanted something, but I didn't have money to get it, I would just look at it. But on this occasion, I wish that I had just continued to the registers. I felt two hands push me to the ground from my left. I was shocked for a moment, as I didn't fully know what just happened. The sticky and dusty floor beneath me hurt, and it took me a second to look at my attacker. And when I did, I immediately knew that this was very wrong. It was the old man from up the road. He had found me in the place that I had hid from him just a month prior. He started to shout at me, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. I don't know if it was the adrenaline ringing in my ears or his rage just taking over, but the tone in which he was shouting shook me. I tried to get up to run, and when I planted my foot on the ground to get up, he kicked it out from below me, which made me fall back on the ground. Thank God a staff member arrived at this point, and they must have heard his shouting from across the store and came to check on what was happening. I didn't get a good look at the staff member, but I am thankful for them. As I got up to run with a loaf of bread in my hand, I could hear the man reacting to me getting away, and it took everything in me not to look behind me to look at him, but I knew that he was furious. I ran straight out of the store with the bread without realizing it, and I almost threw up from all my emotions. I told my parents when I got home, and they both made it very clear that I wouldn't be going to any shopping trips by myself from here on out. They didn't think about how me and my sister walked together to school, which, in hindsight, should have been something that they thought of. The trip to my school wasn't a long one. It was just over 1 kilometer long, or just over half a mile, but the trip was still tough on small legs. There were quite a few hills which added time to our trip there, and the path went along a creek with nothing around it. It was nice and isolated, which helped relax my mind after school. But not long after the supermarket incident, me and my sister were walking home from school and just made our way to the beginning of the path along the creek when we saw an SUV that had been parked there for what I assumed had been a while. I thought that it was empty, but as you could probably guess, it wasn't. We turned to enter the creek when the SUV car door opened, and we heard someone shouting to us, "Hey, do you guys want to drive home?" It was the man. My sister, who was always trusting of others, started to walk toward the truck, but I quickly held her back. "What's wrong?" the man said in a cheerful tone. This was very different from the unintelligible screaming from just the week before, and I obviously wanted nothing to do with this man. I quickly started to lead my sister towards the creek, and the man quickly scooted over towards the door and said, "Wait up, I will walk you home." I should have just run up the hill towards the school, but instead, I started to sprint down the creek. Looking back at this, I feel stupid. Daniel was faster than me, and the man had been able to catch up to him in seconds, but for some reason, he didn't leave his truck. All I heard was another unintelligible scream and his truck driving away. My sister was beyond pissed that we didn't get a ride home and that we had to walk, but I didn't care. She and I were safe, and so we continued walking along the path. Thinking back to it, the path was beautiful and connected on either side to small, quiet streets, the perfect in-between of isolation. Sadly, my young mind didn't realize that the creek opened to two quiet streets, and so when I saw that same silver SUV on the street at the end of the path, I froze. What could I have done? I felt powerless, and I had to take care of my sister, who was only now figuring out that this man may not have good intentions. I decided that the best course of action was to cross the creek and walk through the bushes to the other side. This was beyond a dangerous idea, as there were slippery rocks, animals, and running water. This very easily could have injured or killed us, but somehow we managed it. We climbed over logs of wood and under tree branches through prickly bushes and through large plants, but we managed to do it and crossed over to another road that we followed towards the main road, which eventually took us home. Obviously, those two SUVs could have been different, but at that time, I was certain that they were the same. And even now, I am not 100% sure if they were different. I only found about this later, but my parents got the police involved at this point. But based on the fact that more stuff happened, I'm going to say that they probably didn't do much. There were a few other things that happened throughout this time, like mail being stolen, our bins being pushed over, and the front door knocking at the early hours of the morning. We knew was him, although we had no real proof. The last thing that I will bring up before I end this post is something that I am not 100% sure was a dream or not. For context, my dad used to have campouts with me and my sister, where we would sleep out on the couch and my dad would sleep on the mattress on the floor. The couches we would sleep on was right next to the front door in the living room, and we would watch movies with pizza or some other type of takeaway. It was really fun, and I remember those nights. But one particular night will stick with me. Everyone else went to sleep, and Naruto was on. I hadn't watched the red Naruto at that point, but I recognized the characters. I was sitting directly next to the large window that looked out onto the driveway. I was enjoying doing nothing when I saw some movement out on the driveway, and so I looked out. And there he was. He was walking to our front door, wearing his white pants and a white button-up t-shirt. He was staring directly at our front door with such focus that it felt like nothing would break it. But something did, and it was me. He looked at me, and I could see in his eyes that it was funny to him. He simply held his hand up, waved at me, and then placed one finger on his mouth as if he were telling me to shush, and then he jogged away. I surprisingly fell asleep not long after, and for the longest time, I thought that it was a dream until I read all of Naruto and recognized the scene. It was then that I realized that it might not actually have been a dream and that he might have been attempting something. And after what my mom had told me, I think I know what he was trying to do. Part 3. So, it's been a while since I've given you guys an update. I've been really busy with school, and digging up these memories is a little distracting for me. I would like to thank you all for all the incredibly positive responses to my post. It makes me feel better about all of this. But without further ado, let's just start the story. It was summer, and the local council decided to have a fair. The local council hired a few clowns, some face painting stations, food trucks, and bouncy castles at the local football field. Of course, me and my sister were beyond excited to go. For a young child, this was the hottest ticket in town, and my parents were happy to take us as it was just down the road and for free. I remember the field being beyond busy, and the crowd was difficult to walk in and even harder to see through. But we managed to find ourselves right next to a giant blow-up bouncy slide. As it was summer, the actual balloon of the slide burned to the touch, and the sun made me feel like I was slowly melting. But regardless of this, I must have spent at least 40 minutes going up and down that slide. I was having too much fun, and I didn't notice that both my parents and sister had gone missing in the giant crowd of people. I got down from the slide, put my shoes and socks back on, and I started to make my way through the crowd. I didn't actually know where I was going, and I remember feeling incredibly anxious as I waddled around the fair. It wasn't until I felt a hand on my shoulder and then on my forearm that I felt a little safer. It was my dad, I thought. He had found me. I couldn't actually tell whose arm it was, as the angle at which it was holding my arm made it difficult to look out in the crowd. The whole day was overly stimulating, and I wasn't thinking clearly. I should have known from how hard the hand was gripping me, or the fact that it was leading me to the parking lot, that something was wrong. I only really felt terror when I saw my parents running towards me, running faster than I have ever seen them run. Adrenaline immediately coursed through my veins, and I pivoted my body around, and I immediately saw the leathery hand on my arm in the white pants. The link was connected in my mind as to who this was, and my mother's scream was the first thing that I heard, and the angry or annoyed grunt of the old man followed it. He started to jog with me towards his truck, but I had started to fight back against his grip. He may have been old, but he was stronger than any elderly person should be, and he was faster too. Everything about this man was wrong, and it may have been my young mind making it all up, but I still believe that something was very weird about him. No elderly person should be like this. At this point, I was only a couple of feet away from his car, and as he opened the door, I felt two hands on my right arm that pulled me hard against the man's grip. The man's grip held on before my dad came out from behind me and slammed the old man's head into his car, which loosened his grip on me. At this point, my mother grabbed me and ran, and then we went straight home. Apparently, they didn't notice me slip away on the bouncy slide, and they ran into some family friends who offered to take care of my sister while they searched for me. I don't know what type of person it takes to do something like that in such a populated area, but this man was not normal, not in the slightest. My dad returned later that night, and he looked really roughed up and drained of all energy. From what I had gathered over the years, they got into a pretty brutal fight that ended with the police breaking it up. My dad didn't get into that much trouble, considering that he had called the police on the man before, but they still took him to the station to give a statement. When he sat down on the couch, he looked exhausted, bruises forming all over, and a cut on his lip and upper eyebrow still leaking blood. but he had a smile on his face, and I could hear him telling my mom that it was over. They were both hopeful, and so was I. A couple weeks later, my cousins came back over, and Daniel wanted to know everything. He felt like he was the main victim and deserved to know everything because he was the one that the man shouted at and the one that the man wanted to get the most. I don't disagree that the man would probably try to hurt him on sight, but it felt weird to me, almost like he was trying to take credit for something that to him sounded like a creepy story, but to my family was real. Anyway, we decided to go out for a bit. My parents trusted us because we were with my older cousin. We went up to the usual play park, which was across the street from the man's currently vacant house. Daniel was telling us all about how he swore that he saw him near his house. And keep in mind that he lives almost 3 hours away. I'm not saying that he's a liar, but I am saying that he wanted to be part of this. Anyway, we were playing hide and seek, and Tay, our neighbor, was seeking. She had only started to count down from 60, and I always tagged along with Daniel because he always found the best spots. We ran across the road towards the man's house, and Daniel jumped the fence, which I immediately stopped at. "Come on," he said, from the other side of the waist-high fence. "No one will find us." The house felt like a void that we would get sucked into, and I had, up until this point, refused to even be near it. But for some reason, I agreed. I joined him in the man's yard, and to my shock, Daniel wanted to go deeper into his home, not just his yard, and I made it clear that this was a very bad idea. Even if he was in custody jail or whatever, we would be breaking into someone's home. Daniel didn't seem scared by it though. I think the whole idea of being in the man's house seemed too attractive to him, and we went around the side fence into his backyard. It was overgrown, almost like no one had been living there for years. I made my way towards his back window and I looked inside. From what I could make out, he was a hardcore minimalist, only having a TV, chair, fireplace, and a shelf that housed some photos of a much younger man and some medals. He was a veteran. It changes nothing to me, but it explains his above-average speed and strength, especially for his age. The sound of a door sliding open almost made me yell in fear. Daniel had found an unlocked sliding door and wanted to venture inward. I ran around to find him, but he was already inside before I could stop him. At this point, I was also curious to find out more, but I understood the risk of this all. But it didn't matter if I understood it, because I went in with him. The rest of the house reflected the living room. The kitchen had a fridge and a stove, and the dining room only had a small table with one wooden chair. There was no decoration on the walls or signs of life besides these sad reminders of how lonely the man had been. As I said, this changes nothing for me. I hate this man more than anyone can know. We made our way upstairs and found 2 completely empty rooms in one bedroom. A single bed with a bedside table filled with different types of weapons. A hatchet, a knife, and a knuckle duster. I had never seen a knuckle duster before, and I successfully fought the urge to take it and put it on. This was something that Daniel failed to do so, as he almost immediately grabbed it, which I almost hit him for. We continued searching the house, and Daniel had the idea that he must have something weird in his wardrobe. And when we opened it, he gave a disappointed sigh, as there was nothing inside except a few white button-ups and white pants. This especially creeped me out, as he never wore anything else. We made our way back down the stairs and into the living room, and to our surprise, we missed the table that sat next to the couch. It was just out of view and only had one drawer. Daniel opened it and struggled to get it out fast, but when he did, we found something profoundly strange. It was a single photo. Neither of us could make out what it was, but we knew that it looked familiar. Daniel sat down in the chairboard, and it was only then that we heard Tay scream out that she had given up. Daniel shot up and sprinted back out the backyard. We had both completely forgotten about her. But as I put the photo back into the drawer, something stood out to me about the photo. The fence was navy blue. This was something unusual in my area. I only knew of one navy blue fence in the suburb, our side door entrance fence. This realization made the photo seem so much clearer. The white pebbles on the ground leading to the backyard, the cream color of the garage next to it, and the green bush at the end of the path. This was my home. He had a photo of my home. I quickly met back up with Daniel and Tay, and then we went back home. I should have told my parents, but I was scared that I would be in trouble if they found out that we were in his home. And I understand why we would be, but I still didn't want to live up to it. About a month after that, we were having another campout with me, my dad, and my sister. Both my sister and my dad had fallen asleep while the TV was still on, illuminating the room. It was one of those weird situations where you're both really comfortable and really uncomfortable. Well, that was my situation. And on most nights, I love this feeling. But that feeling will always be tied to this night. I was drifting off to sleep as well, but I heard the sliding back door open slowly. I peered up above the couch, and I saw a silhouette of a man standing in the doorway. I froze with fear, and I started to cry. My dad woke up at this point, and I'm not entirely sure how. Maybe it was a parental instinct, but he knew almost immediately that something was wrong. He got off the bed and crouched towards the dining room, which is where the back door was. The other man had begun to walk slowly through the house at this point, murmuring to himself. To my horror, I recognized the pants, the bright white pants. So many questions went through my mind, and the most prevalent one being how he was in custody. But none of that mattered because there he was, standing in my dining room, holding something. My dad charged him from around the corner and tackled him into the wall. The old man punched him in the arm, and my dad immediately dropped that arm. It was the knuckle dusters that Daniel was wearing. It was at this point that the lights turned on, and I don't know if it was my dad or the man, but they came on, and my dad made a noise of pure horror. Both men were fully healed from their last fight, but my dad took a real beating. I had always expected that the old man had his ass kicked, but now I'm not so sure. My dad was standing in the doorway to the living room, shielding us with his body, and my sister was awake and crying at this time, as was I. And my mom also ran down the stairs and immediately saw everything that was going on. The man had lunged at my dad with a thing in his hand that I could see was a hatchet. My dad threw himself to the side, and his other arm got grazed by the hatchet, drawing blood. My mom at this point leapt towards the old man and pushed him into the kitchen bench, which made him scream. But he was up almost as fast as he was down. He slashed at my mom and missed her, and my dad ran to the other room and started to call the police. My mom was dodging his slashes while also throwing things at him, and once she got to the knife block, she armed herself with 2 knives and threw one of them, and the handle hit him in the face, knocking him back, and my mom took the opportunity and drove the knife into his shoulder. This made him scream again. He fell to the ground and didn't try to get up until the police arrived. After this happened, we moved, not too far away, maybe just half an hour away. And even though we live so close to that place, we have never returned. As much as I have been tempted to go back and relive some stuff, for the time being, I am pretty comfortable staying here. Apparently, he paid bail and was staying in the hospital for a while before staying at somebody else's house. I know that he made his way back to his house before making his way to my home. It creeps me out to think that I could have been in his home at the same time as him. Well, anyway, it's been 10 years, and it's been something that has been on my mind for a while. I want to thank you all for hearing my story, and I think that it's tradition on this subreddit to say this, but to the old freaking creep up the road who terrorized my family, let's not meet again. Two or 3 years ago, I met this girl through mutual friends. She seemed like amazing. She was so kind and eager to be friends with me. She would give me presents and compliment so much. Well, too much almost. Now in this friendship that I was developing with her, she would talk about kidnapping me and having me all to herself. Obviously, if you tell a traumatized, naive 16-year-old that, she will think it's a joke, which is exactly what I did. After a while, she then started to get oddly sexual with me. I was in a very committed relationship at that time, but she would ask if she could fill me up when we met because she didn't know what boobs felt like, or saying how her truck bed was perfect for sex under the stars in a field. Mind you, she's a year and 11 months older than me. I eventually moved to be with my friend group, unaware that she also lived here, but went to school with my friends. We were all friends with her, and they all have their sides of what happened that I won't recount as it's their story to tell. Once I moved here, she would try and come to see me every day, even after she turned 18 and I was 16, almost 17. She even bought me 3 pairs of booty shorts for Christmas with a note that says, "I can't wait to see you in these. I picked the perfect colors." I had been uncomfortable with her advances from the start, and I had even told her on multiple occasions that I was feeling uncomfortable. But it didn't stop her advances, even trying to manipulatively convince me to leave my partner at that time. Once I started to pull away emotionally from her, she chewed me out, threatening to kill herself or shoot up her school if I didn't want to be friends with her. Once New Year's rolled around, and I couldn't handle the constant harassment at this point that I was getting from her, I finally told my friends what was happening. They told me that I was actively being groomed, the gifts, the compliments, the unwavering obsession with me, and it made me sick. So me and my roommate finally decided to cut ties with her, blocking her on everything and having one of my parents tell her that she was not welcome near me or the house again. She was pissed. She started to drive by my house or near my street almost every day after school when she got out of it, even at one point deciding to do a burnout very loudly at my friend's house because she knew that I was at their house. She would ask my friends about me and ask if I'm done ignoring her. And when she found out that I got told that I was groomed by her, everything switched. She hated me, said that I ruined her life, led her on, forced her to smoke weed. She even started saying that I sent her nudes and I started to sexually flirt with her first. All of those not true in any way. She was telling these and so many other things about me to complete strangers at her school. She was so mad at me that even on my 17th birthday, tweeting that she wished that I would just die already. All her anger or anything that she had said about me would come back to me obviously, as she was actively talking to or engaging with my friends. It had been months since I heard about her or anything she had said about me, and I was finally content, but that paranoia I had is still strongly there, and I am terrified. I was going to a concert for one of my favorite bands ever, and I was even happier about it because they were playing in a city near me. I had tweeted about getting tickets and just how excited I was about it. Me and my roommate go to the concert, and we were having such an amazing time during the openers. I then go out to get a cup of water, and out of the corner of my eye, I see her. She hated this band. She even bashed me for liking them so much. Knowing that, I just brushed my worry off, and I went back into the concert venue. Once the openers left and the band started playing, me and my roommate were having such a good time. Then during the third and fourth song, I turn around and I see her so close that it was uncomfortable. My body threw me into a panic attack on instinct, and me and my best friend had to leave the concert immediately. It was horrifying, and I'm still petrified to go to concerts in my state, honestly. I haven't heard anything about her or her whereabouts since then, besides hearing that she got admitted into a mental hospital for saying some messed up shit to a friend of hers. Thank you to anyone who listens to this story, and to that girl, I truly hope that we never meet again. This story kind of creeped me out. It happened about 9 years ago, and sometimes it still comes to my mind. So, I was on an adult dating site, one of the fetish types. I know. Don't judge me, I was just looking for some fun. Anyway, I was stupid and I gave out more information than I should have. I was chatting with a guy, and he had asked me at some point what I did for work. At that time, I was working at a McDonald's, so I told him. He asked which one, and I stupidly told him which one. We chatted off and on, and we hadn't been chatting for too long. I also stupidly gave him my phone number at some point. He would talk about how he wanted to meet me on my break and have some fun on my break, but I told him no thanks, that I don't bring my lifestyle to my job. Anyway, so I checked my messages just before I was due to clock out of work, and luckily I did. He mentioned that he was at my job and then told me what he ordered. I think it was a Big Mac meal. I was like, okay. Well, don't expect me to do anything with you. I'm not interested. He then got upset and wasn't accepting that I wasn't interested. I was also scared because I sent him a face picture of myself, but I had never received one from him. I really wasn't too interested in him, so I decided that I didn't need a face picture since I likely wasn't going to meet up with him. His interests weren't what I was looking for, and I also have a hard time straight up saying that I'm not interested, and I just slowly start to ghost whoever that I had no interest in. Now luckily, I hadn't told him my work schedule, so he didn't know that I was about to clock out. So, after clocking out, I told one of my managers that I was on a dating site, and some guy just showed up to my work, and I had no idea what he looks like, and that I was going to hang out in the back in the break room for a bit. Luckily, she didn't judge me and was just like, okay. So I waited about half an hour before I left. I didn't have a car at that time, and I had to walk home, and I was so afraid that he would see me and try to pick me up in his car. Luckily, no one followed me, so I was in the clear. I don't think he ever messaged me or I ended up blocking him or something. I don't know if this really is all that creepy, but it creeps me out that some random person just decided that he would show up to my job and then expect me to want to meet up with him. So yeah, now I just give a vague response as to where I work now. I don't work in the same town I live in, so it would be hard to pinpoint my exact location. This opened my eyes and made me more aware of the information that I give out to strangers. So, creepy guy, let's never meet. I am in university right now, but I'm staying with my parents at their house for the summer. I was hanging out with one of my friends, and we decided to go to a party. I met this guy around my age, and we were talking and having fun, but it was nothing too serious, or so I thought. We exchanged phone numbers, and we hung out a couple of times. But he became incredibly clingy right from the start, so I decided to just distance myself in the hope that he would get the hint and then back off. Well, he didn't. When I stopped responding, he sent me over 100 messages, with each message becoming increasingly more aggressive as time went on. Keep in mind, it had been less than 2 weeks since we first met. Well, I finally responded and told him that he needed to chill out. He appeared to calm down a bit after I responded, but he then asked for a phone call. I agreed, and then we talked for a while. He told me that he couldn't stop thinking about me, and that I was the best thing that ever happened to him. Just a bunch of stuff that is way too intense to say to someone you barely know. I tried to let him down gently, reminding him that I was only home for the summer and I wasn't looking for anything serious beyond a fling. But this only made him angrier. He started yelling at me, insulting me, calling me a slut, basically a complete 180 from what he had been saying mere minutes ago. Then all of a sudden, the phone went silent. After a pause, he said in a quiet voice, "Bitch, you better get ready, because I am coming over for you." And then he hung up the phone. This was very frightening because he knew my parents were out of town for the week and that I was just staying at their house alone. However, he didn't know where my parents' house was because I was always the one driving, and he didn't know my friend either. So I thought that he had no way of figuring it out, since, again, I am normally living at school in another state. I locked all the doors and I shut the blinds just in case. After a while, maybe an hour or so, I fell asleep. When I woke up, I looked at my phone and saw a notification on my lock screen. It was from the Ring app, indicating that there had been movement on my parents' camera. It was him. If you watch the video, you can clearly see something in his hand. When he notices the camera, however, he left. I immediately blocked him on everything and I reported the incident. I have no idea what he planned to do once he got here, and it was terrifying to realize that he had come over when I was asleep and defenseless and completely unaware of his presence. As I would later find out, he was able to get my address from my phone number. Apparently, he Googled it, and it returned my dad's name as the owner of the phone number, along with my parents' address. Since I am on my parents' phone plan, I guess it shows up that I still live here. This revelation is horrifying, as I never knew that my phone number could reveal my home address. I'm still extremely upset that this kind of private information is on the internet for anyone to find, as it is incredibly dangerous that websites will just give this away to anyone. Please learn from my mistakes and do not give anyone your phone number unless you can trust them. I found out that you can get a free Google Voice number to text and call people, and that number can't be traced back to you so easily. My advice is to use a disposable number for anyone you're talking to that you meet informally or online. I still can't sleep at night. Hopefully, this never happens to anyone else. And here's the video of the guy that I mentioned. This story happened a while ago, but it still messes with my mind. A side note, I live in a quiet countryside where usually nothing happens. I'm an 18-year-old girl who can easily walk around my hometown alone without even being scared because it's really safe here. Basically, no crimes. So, as usual, me and my dog went out for a walk one evening. It was a nice weather outside, so I decided to go for a nearby field. So I usually let my dog out of her leash there, so it was fun for both of us. She's a nice dog and always comes when I call for her. We get to the field and everything is going really well and nothing seems off. Except, I have this kind of odd feeling in my gut that I never usually have. The last time that I had the same feeling was when I was 8 years old and we were driving at night with my family. I had the same feeling then and I told it to my parents. I feel like something is wrong. You should be careful. I said something like that, and they slowed down because I was oddly serious at that moment. And a minute after I said it, a deer came out of nowhere and we would have crushed it if we had gone by the same speed as a minute before. We were all shocked and my mom thanked me, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. However, in the field, 10 years later, I get the same gut feeling. Whatever, I think, and I just kept going, completely ignoring it. We roll around the fields and a nearby forest until the sunset starts to set. I put my dog back to her leash and I decided to leave from one of the tiny paths that go through a small forest. It's not a popular way to go, but it's quick. And as I'm walking along the path, I suddenly spot a silhouette in the end of the road just before the forest starts. I think nothing of it at that point, and I just kept walking. But after just a little while, I have a strong gut feeling and I stare at the silhouette for a while. It's then that I notice that the silhouette is staring at me without moving. I just think that maybe they were waiting for someone because at first, the silhouette looked like a child's. But as I got closer, I noticed that it wasn't a child, but a grown man who was riding a child's bicycle rather difficultly. It was a blue-green boy's bicycle. His legs were way too long for it, and his whole body looked like he was forcing himself to ride it. It was really an unsettling sight. Still, my dumbass didn't want to turn around and have a couple of kilometers waste of time. And even though it was creepy looking, I still thought, maybe he's waiting for someone that comes from my way. But every step that I take, he follows me with intense expression. I'm only like 20 meters away from him when he starts to do a weird jump on his bike, smiling the ugliest and the most unsettling smile that I have ever seen. He's just staring at me with wide eyes. He kinda looks like he was expecting something, and is so excited about it that he needed to jump. He looks like he is in his 50s or something, with very long and thin legs and arms, bald, and that creepy unsettling smile. That's when my alarm rings went on. I glanced behind me and no one was there. It was just me, an 18-year-old small girl with her fluffy dog, definitely not a guard dog. I turn around 360 and I start to jog where I came from, just in case. And I glanced at him and I sighed in relief and I noticed that he wasn't following me or anything. I thought that maybe he wasn't waiting for me after all, and I called myself stupid and a scaredy cat. Well, I was so wrong. My adrenaline starts slowing down again as I'm in the middle of the fields, and I still see no sign of him following me. I let my dog out of her leash again, and she starts to run around. I'm nearly at the end of the field when my dog spots a rabbit or deer or something interesting, and then flies towards it. I panic because she has never done that before, and I yell for her. I yell plenty times for her loudly, and then she finally comes back. I'm relieved that nothing happened to her. But as I put her back to her leash, I notice something from the corner of my eye. The freaking bald long legs is biking towards me, and he's not looking at the ground or the bikes, but at me. Freaking out wasn't enough to express my feeling in that moment. I have never seen a human being who looked so crazy, more than crazy. And what surprised me the most was that he was biking through a field, and I can tell you that it's not an easy field to even walk sometimes. It has muddy ponds that you need to jump over, but that psycho just biked through them. He was struggling a lot to bike there, but somehow managed to still do that. I didn't watch for another second behind me because I started running. I ran so freaking full speed that I saw black and nearly collapsed. Well, I have asthma, and my lungs hurt so bad that I thought that I was dying, but the adrenaline kept my blood running and my legs too. Once, I glanced behind me and he was there, struggling badly to keep up his full speed on the field grounds with that ugly white smile and the way too little bike. After that, I just ran like crazy until I found a house. I hid in their yard without even minding that I was in someone else's yard. It didn't matter to me at that moment. I waited a while with my breathing stuck in my throat, but he didn't come. I was planning to yell as loudly as I could if he found me, but he never did. At some point, the adrenaline started leaving my system and I left my hiding spot. I ran again until I reached an area which had multiple people in their yards so that I would have help if I saw him again, but I didn't. I typed 911 into my phone, but I couldn't bring myself to call, mostly because I had no proof and I didn't want my parents to find out because they are overprotective, so I wouldn't probably be able to leave my house anymore. I've been paranoid after this incident, and my dog was frightened too. I guess she noticed something was really off too. I swear to God that I will always listen to my gut when it's telling me something from now on. I'm still scared of him, and I've expected to randomly spot him in some area and what he could have done to me. I can't forget his awful smile, and I feel like he's gonna jump on my window one night and do what he wants to me. I feel paranoid, and I feel helpless, and I'm still thinking about calling the police.
My Stalker's Grudge, translated by J Nightmares. I am in a band, and over the last few years, my band has enjoyed some relatively big successes. It meant that we could leave our small town and start playing some major shows in cities. In the last year or so, I have taken up permanent residence in Tokyo, and I am loving it. Trust me, I am not living like a rock star. The opposite. I am staying in a tiny apartment, but hey, a small room in a big city ain't too bad for me. The rent is cheap too. For about a year and a half now, I have suffered with insomnia. The reason is because someone has been messing with me in the dead of night. Someone opens the mail slot on my apartment door when I am in bed. If it is not that, there was always someone standing outside my kitchen window peering into my room. Before you ask, I have tried many times to see who it is, but I can't ever seem to get a good look at them. And to be honest, at first I thought it was a hallucination or some kind of dream. Around this time, I managed to scrape together enough spare cash to buy a car. It wasn't anything fancy. One night, I heard a huge bang come from outside the apartment block. I went down to see what had happened. I walked out into the parking lot to see my driver's side window had been smashed. Not only that, someone had thrown milk all over the seats. It was the height of summer when this went down, and it was already starting to smell awful. I was completely dumbfounded. Why was I a target? Maybe the guy who lived here before me had some enemies. Pranks getting out of hand with kids nearby. Whatever it is, I needed police intervention. I called the cops right then and there. A police officer came out and interviewed me. He swabbed for prints and inspected the car. He didn't find anything. I went back to my room after filling out a report. I was exhausted at this point. I just wanted to sleep. I found the room doused from wall to ceiling in milk. There was a note lying on my bed which simply read, "Next time, it will be gasoline." I called the police and the same officer came back. More reports were made, but this time the officer asked me some more probing questions about my friends and family. I mentioned the fact that someone had been staring at me through the letterbox and the kitchen window. He looked at me annoyed, perhaps because I should have mentioned this sooner. He said that he would be on patrol over the coming days and nights, and he would do his best to keep an eye on my apartment. After he left, I tried to clean a little, but I just decided to get some sleep. I put my mattress and pillows by the door, the only area of my tiny apartment which wasn't wet, and tried to get some sleep. Someone banged on the door. I woke up angry thinking, what now? "It's the police," a voice said. It was the voice of the officer from earlier. I hoped he wasn't going to ask me to fill out another form. I opened the door and he stood there with a woman. He had her arm behind her back. He was obviously restraining her. "Do you know this woman?" he asked with a stern look on his face. I took a good look at her and said, "Nah, I don't know her." The moment I said that, she tried to attack me. She bared her teeth at me. I have never seen eyes so hateful in my life. According to the police officer, this woman was poised with a lighter in hand, trying to set my mattress on fire via the mail slot. After he interviewed her, I finally found out why I was being harassed. She was super crazy about my band. She had come to a bunch of our shows. I, hooked up with her one night after our band played a gig. I was drunk. She had seen me not long after that night with another woman, and this is where this resentment and hatred started. As it was kind of my fault, I didn't press charges. Still don't know if I did the right thing there. Anyways, humans are far scarier than any ghost story.
So this just happened. Well, it was yesterday evening, and I can't sleep. I'm really freaked out. I, a 28-year-old female, lived in an apartment with my boyfriend, 25 male. The apartment is a half basement. That means that we are half underground, but still high enough to have big windows and have some sunlight. We are comfortable in this place and we like it. We feel at home, so sometimes when we get out of the shower or something, we are comfortable walking around naked. This is our home, so we do as we please. We have blinds, but sometimes, since our cat enjoys looking outside through the windows, we try to keep it a bit open. It's a calm and serene neighborhood, not many people passing by, and a big empty space with a transmission tower on the other side of the street, so no one is facing us. We felt safe here until yesterday. As always, after a late meal, we jumped in the shower, talking, laughing. It was late, and we were trying to prepare quickly since we have to wake up early in the morning. Once out of the shower, I realized that we forgot to pack our lunch. Not caring, I went in the kitchen and started packing, naked, and my back at the window. I'm not sure if I heard something or if I simply turned around, but as I checked briefly at the window, I saw it. Right outside, almost touching the glass, a man, butt naked, jerking off in my window as he was looking at me. I only saw his legs and junks. I jumped, and I quickly moved out of sight, screaming at my partner that someone was masturbating in the kitchen window. My boyfriend saw red. He quickly got dressed and got out, looking for the pervert as I called 911. We didn't catch him. He ran away, but we saw no one outside. We heard no doors in our apartment building, but my boyfriend heard voices in the building next to us. The police says that we must have scared him, but the only one scared now is us, and shall I say, mostly me. We are busy people, but most of the time, I am alone in this apartment. I take the bus alone, take the trash out alone, and my boyfriend is at work a lot, and it's okay, he needs to. And now I'm just scared. This pervert knew when and where to look, and we already caught him doing it. It was a few days back, and I just saw legs outside my window, and I just jumped, but I didn't see what he was doing. So, he's been looking for quite some nights inside my home, just to see me naked. What if instead of frightening the pervert, we pissed him off? What if he comes back when I'm alone? Or when I'm walking outside? I can defend myself, but this shit is scary. I have been sexually assaulted in the past, and this is not helping with the healing process and also the paranoia. Our landlord knows, and he lent us a surveillance camera. I just hope that it's enough. This happened in the early to mid-1980s. I was about 12, and I had a group of friends that I hung out with regularly. I lived in Kenner, Louisiana, just to mention. Anyway, there was this fad back then to open these teen nightclubs. There was no alcohol, but had disco music and the same vibe as the cocaine-induced frenzy of adult disco clubs. Anyway, one was opening up. My friends couldn't stop talking about it. I really hate crowds, but I was a follower in my group, so I agreed to go with everybody. One of our parents dropped us off, and we paid our $2 to get in. I can see that it was super crowded, shoulder to shoulder. I kinda just hung out around from the front door, debating whether or not that I was gonna stay. After 10 or 15 minutes pass, I got this feeling that someone's watching me. It was just an eerie, creepy vibe. So I start looking around. There's a lot of people, so it's like a blur. But then I noticed this middle-aged guy, short brown hair, striped-collared shirt. He's just staring at me like he knows me or something. Well, I didn't know him, and that was my cue to leave. It was about a 5-mile walk down a well-lit, semi-busy 2-lane highway, then right, and another couple miles down a 4-lane road, and then into the subdivision. It's only about 8 p.m. that time, and I don't have to be home till midnight, so I definitely had time to walk it. So, I take off walking. And I guess about halfway home, This car pulls up on a side road that I was crossing, and it's the same guy from the nightclub. My heart then starts pounding out of my chest. He creeped me out at around 200 people, and I was really creeped out on an isolated side street by myself. He then yells at me and asks if I want a ride. It's pretty far, but fuck that. I said no and I kept walking. Then he yells at me and says, "You want to make an easy $20? And I'm dumb, so I stop and ask, how? And then he says, "Well, get in the car and I'll tell you." Nope, I just bolted. I took off, and I don't think that I've ever ran that fast in my entire life. I ran the last 3.5 miles full speed, without stopping and without looking back. I then made it home, ran inside the house and straight to my room. I didn't even think to look back to see if he was following me, but if he came here, at least my dad was in the living room. I never told anybody. I really think that I was one dumb move away from being on a milk carton or worse. This happened when I was around 12 years old. Me and my family lived in a small apartment, but it felt cozy to me, and we knew some of our neighbors and would sometimes even invite them to our house. They were great people. At that time, I used to sleep next to my brother's bed, and I felt safe with his presence, like nothing bad would ever happen to me. The only thing that I can say was bad about the apartment was that our bedroom was next to the bedroom of our neighbor, which was a little higher than ours. If you wanted to see their room, you could do so by getting on top of a chair, while they could see almost our entire bedroom with no effort. Despite it being freaky, I didn't really think much about it, since, like I said, I had my brother sleeping in the same room, and I felt like nothing could go wrong. Oh, how innocent I was. The day everything started, I had barely finished my dinner, and I decided that I would go to sleep early. So my brother was not in the room at that moment. Everything seemed fine until I woke up and I saw something that still gives me chills to this day. What I saw was a silhouette of a person right next to the window, and while I could not see their face at all, I knew that they were staring at me. I remember screaming as loud as I could and running desperately to the living room where my mom was watching TV. I explained what happened to her, and she didn't seem bothered at all. She was like, "Oh, okay," and then continued watching TV like nothing happened. A few days after that event, I was feeling way better about it, but even then, I decided to keep the curtains closed just in case. Until one day, I woke up in the middle of the night, and for some reason, I had the idea of opening the curtains. And as you already expected, she was there staring at me once again, and like the first time, I couldn't see her face at all, just a black figure. I don't know how many times she did that, but for the following days, I would wake up 2 to 3 times every single night, and while the curtains were always closed, I would have this feeling that she was there, watching me sleep. A few days later, I decided to tell my parents everything, and that's when things get creepier. They said that right next to our apartment lived an elderly woman who was sick and had her son taking care of her. They said that they would leave to take out the trash, and she would sneak behind them and smile, while patiently waiting for them to turn around. I tried telling them how I felt paranoid, that she was always watching me, and they said something like, She's a sick old lady. Scaring people is probably the only highlight of her week, so just ignore her and just keep sleeping. Well, nowadays, I don't care much about that, but I remember being very angry with them because why weren't they helping me? So I did exactly as they said. I just ignored her every night while keeping the curtains closed. It took some time, but I was finally starting to forget about the experience until a few weeks later, and that's when things took turn for the worst. From my mother's perspective, our family was always different from others. My mom was the one working all day, while my dad would be at home with us. So he would always bring me and my brother to school and then go pick us out when it ended. One day while I was at school, waiting for my dad to arrive, a friend came up to me and said that she could bring me home with her dad's car. I completely forgot my father was coming to get me, so I said yes and I went inside. When we got back home, I knocked at the door, but other than my 2 dogs barking, there was no response. I really started to get anxious, so I kept knocking over and over until I heard a big sound coming from the old woman's apartment. And that's when I realized that I made a big mistake. As soon as I heard the sound, I ran to the elevator and clicked the buttons as many times as I could. Our elevator had a window at the center, so I was terrified that she would show up in it, but thankfully she didn't. After I left the building, I decided to lay down on the street, just trying to process what had happened. When my friend saw me and then invited me to their house, I was watching cartoons while her dad was calling mine, explaining why I was not at school. When my dad came back, I ran to him and I gave him a big hug while crying, and he just said, "Shh, it's okay now." My brother's class usually ended 30 minutes after mine, so we had to go back to school and get him. The entire time, I was expecting my father to scold me, but instead, he was very calm and told me that he was thinking of buying a cell phone so I could message him if anything happened. After that experience, I was even more terrified of the old woman. I just kept the curtains closed like usual and just kind of got used to it. Eventually, we moved to a different house and I never saw that woman again. Not that I would be able to recognize her, since every time I saw her at the window, her face was completely black. And that's how my story ends. Thankfully, I didn't get to see how she looked like, but I realized that my story was not as interesting as some others that I have read. In any case, I hope you enjoyed it, and I'm sorry if some things don't make sense, since English isn't my first language. This happened about a year ago, and I still have yet to return to the store without my husband. So last July, I took my then 4 and 6-year-old sons to Target to back-to-school shopping. Since having kids and hearing all these horror stories, I am very observant of my surroundings when we are out. Anyways, while at Target, like most women, I looked through all the sections, and while in the women's clothing, I noticed 2 older men close by that kept looking over our way. I thought maybe I was just being paranoid, so I kept going about my business but keeping my boys super close. We go to the baby section, they pop up. We go to toys, the same thing. We go to makeup, and they are there. I was really feeling uneasy because they seemed to be everywhere that we were. And they never had a cart. One guy was just holding one little thing. I go check out, but then I wait for a big group of nurses leaving Starbucks to walk out with. I threw the boys in the car without buckling them, and I then locked the doors. But as soon as I look up, the two guys walk out empty-handed looking around. I didn't think they saw me, so I started to leave. But when I looked in my rearview mirror, I saw them behind me in a truck. I stopped right there, and I turned and took a photo so they could see me. They turned like they were going back to the store, and I parked over a couple of stores down where they can see me, and I then call the cops. While I'm on the phone with them in a full-blown panic attack, I watch one of the guys change his shirt and then go back inside. I waited until the police got there so that I could make sure that they were taken and they had the right guys. I don't know what their plan was that day, but my mama God told me that it wasn't anything good. I am so thankful that my babies and I are okay. My friends and I were at the store. The whole time that we were at the store, there was this car just sitting in the parking lot. But as soon as we left the store, the car began following us. We ended up walking to a park near one of our homes because the guy started driving the opposite way of where my friend lived. We get to the park and we see the same car just parked there. But now, we noticed that he had two other men with him. We waited a while to see if it was just someone parking or if it's the same car. We ended up hiding behind my friend's car because he lived right next to the park that we were at, and we stayed there to see what the driver was going to do. He then turned his car on and ended up on the other side of the street. But then, he turned into the apartments where my friend lived, and that's when we knew that he was looking for us. We ended up running across the street and going into multiple alleyways until we saw another house and then hid in their driveway behind their cars. The whole time I was running, I saw the car following us. I was genuinely terrified. When I turned, he turned, and all four of us were panicking. When we hid, his car continued to circle the house that we were hiding at, so we stayed there for like 5 minutes before I had texted a close friend to just come and get us, and because of that, we got home safely. So, thank God for that. But I'm just scared that he might come to look for us again, especially because I'm a girl on the smaller side. So if something happens, I'm done for. And just a small update, a girl who goes to my school went missing, and she was found drugged at a hospital. Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate each and every one of you. But I would also like to thank my amazing patrons, my top tippers, and my dearest channel members. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it with all of my heart. If you want to support the channel further, you could also choose to become a patron, a tipper, or a channel member. But remember, it's appreciated, but never a requirement. I would also like to announce that we have merch now. The link is in the description of the video, along with all my other social media links, like my Discord server, Twitter, Instagram, and others. You can connect with me and send your stories there. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't yet, and comments are highly appreciated. And remember, your fear feeds me.